can't even see that. Okay, no. I think we need to start with our meeting. Chair just arrived home from a program. I think I'm not used to these meetings that are in the afternoon. However, I think we need to start with our meeting. In today's session, we will examine the third and fourth quarter performance against targets and budgets for the 2025-2026 financial year across three critical entities under our oversight. It's SANParks, iSimangaliso, and SAFCOL. These institutions hold a significant responsibility for protecting our country's rich biodiversity, natural heritage, and forestry resources. And they also play a key role in promoting sustainable rural economies, enhancing climate resilience, boosting tourism, and creating jobs. And today's discussions offer a crucial chance to evaluate how well these entities have balanced conservation goals with financial sustainability and governance standards. We observe encouraging highlights from the reporting period, including SANParks attaining an impressive performance target, increasing its self-generated tourism revenue, significantly reducing irregular expenditure, and maintaining robust rhino population and expanding protected land areas. Similarly, SAFCOL has maintained zero operational fatalities, achieved historic lows in disabling injuries, and made substantial contribution to enterprise development. Meanwhile, iSimangaliso successfully restored its liquidity position following critical financial interventions. However, honorable members, these achievements have not been without challenges. All three entities encountered notable challenges, including severe climate shocks, flooding, and microburst storms affecting SAFCOL's timber yields, funding reclassification bottlenecks hindering iSimangaliso's green job objectives, and the resource mobilization shortfalls or delays in contracting impacting SANParks' renewable energy initiatives. As a committee, our objective today is to interrogate these reports, examine the measures put in place, and address challenges that delay the achievement of key policy objectives. With those few words, honorable members, I welcome all of you in today's meeting. Chair, I want to check if we have any apologies.
Yes, Chair, we do have apologies. They are as follows, Chair. Minister has apologized. He will be attending to the departmental matters. Deputy Minister Swartz is in Free State. She's doing oversight matters as well. The Honorable Makasi, she's attending NEC meeting. DG Shabalala, she's also attending a meeting, Chair. And lastly, the CEO of iSimangaliso, we just received correspondence that he won't be able to attend the meeting. Those are the apologies, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, I have one apology that came to my attention, the one of Honorable Mukwena.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure whether they did not send it to you, but I have one from my side from Honorable Mukwena.
No, I don't have.
Yeah, can you kindly note that? I
Okay,
think
I'll
it
note
was
that,
like an
Chair.
oversight.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. And Chair, Honorable Themba, he's traveling to Joburg this afternoon. He will join and leave, I think after an hour, and then rejoin.
Okay, noted.
Yeah.
Noted. Can we then move, or can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda and also the apologies? Let me see if I will be able to see hands. Oh, Honorable De Block.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. Chair, just one additional apology. I may have to leave the meeting at about 5:15. I will stay on for as long as I can, but just some advance notice that I may leave early if we aren't completed by that stage. With that said, Chair, I'd like to move to accept the apologies and adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable De Block. Apologies accepted. Can we then get a second, Honorable Khumalo?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon to your good self and honorable members. Our officials, Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda and the apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khumalo. Chi, can you then quickly go through the list of the delegation?
The delegation for today, Chair, is led by DM Singh. And then from the department, we have Mr. S. Nkosi, the Acting Deputy Director General for Biodiversity and Conservation. Ms. Mora Walisege, she's the Acting Chief Director for State Forest Management and Land Administration. And then, Chair, from the South African National Parks, we have the interim chairperson, Ms. Ferguson, the CEO, Ms. Silo, the acting CFO, Ms. Lubane, acting COO, Irene Sinovich, Mr. Hendricks, he's the managing executive for conservation. Mr. Mukwena, Managing Executive for Parks, Mr. Mtimkulu, Managing Executive for Kruger National Park, Mr. J.P. Lowe, Head of Department, responsible for communications, Ms. Ndibongo, Senior Manager in the Office of the CEO, and then Chair from iSimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, we have the Board Chairperson, Ms. Tulile Sosibo. We have, okay, Mr. Bukosin is in the list, but asked just received an apology, the CEO. And then Ms. Kamkile Ntambo, she's the acting executive officer for today and also the chief financial officer. Ms. Ntuli, she's the strategic support manager. And then Chair from SAFCOL, we have the chairperson of the board, Prof. Edward. We have the acting CEO, Mr. Sibalo Dlamini. We have the acting chief financial officer, Mr. Maruma. That is the delegation, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chi. Let me now hand over to Honorable DM Singh, who's leading the delegation from the department, to do the remarks before we hand over to the entity. Over to you, Honorable DM Singh, and you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As you can see, I'm seated in a car out in a forest area in Moy River. And I think the change in time had an impact on even the minister and myself. I'm going to switch my camera off so I don't continue looking like a farmer on this. But it's a great program, and I just wish that the portfolio committee members at some stage or the other could come to biodiversity program. And I also like to apologize, Chair, that probably just after I've finished, I have to go back into the program here where the mayor of Moy River and other officials are, just to continue with the business of the afternoon. So it's a pleasure to appear before the Portfolio Committee again on behalf of the executive, where the entities would present their third and fourth quarter performance reports within the environmental, forestry and conservation sector. And thank you to the committee again for this continued oversight role and the opportunity for these entities to account for the performance against their approved plans, targets and budget. Let me begin very briefly, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, and the board chairs, and all the officials with South African national parks. As one of South Africa's key conservation institutions, SANParks carries responsibilities that extend beyond the management of national parks. Its mandate includes biodiversity conservation, heritage management, tourism development, community beneficiation, economic transformation, and organizational sustainability. Parliament's oversight helps ensure that these responsibilities are discharged effectively and in the public interest. You will note that the report before the committee will reflect SANParks' performance during the Q3 and Q4 and provide an assessment of progress against the APP. Overall, SANParks maintained a strong level of performance during the period under review, achieving 90% of its targets in Q3 and 88% in Q4, with annual performance remaining at 90%. The reporting period also saw significant achievements in areas including biodiversity conservation, ecosystem rehabilitation, visitor growth, tourism revenue, employment creation, support for biodiversity economy enterprises, and community development initiatives. The organization also continued to strengthen governance and implement measures aimed at addressing audit findings and improving internal controls. At the same time, there were areas where targets were not met, were not achieved, particularly in relation to certain climate resilience, renewable energy, and resource mobilization initiatives. These matters have been identified, corrective actions have been developed, and progress will continue to be monitored by both the board and us as the department. Chairperson, I now turn to the performance of iSimangaliso, and may I say that the CE has apologized because he has a bereavement in the family, and we wish him well. The iSimangaliso continues to play a pivotal role in implementing government's commitment to protecting biodiversity while ensuring that conservation contributes meaningfully to inclusive economic growth, transformation, and sustainable livelihoods. As South Africa's first United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, World Heritage Site, iSimangaliso carries a responsibility that extends beyond environmental stewardship. It is also a catalyst for rural development, tourism growth, and community empowerment. The performance reports before us demonstrate that the authority maintains sound governance and continued to implement its legislative mandate, despite operating within an increasingly constrained fiscal environment, which I will come to a little later. One of the most significant challenges experienced during the reporting period was the insufficient allocation of funding through the expanded Public Works program. And I think, Honorable Chair and members, this is something that featured quite prominently yesterday with the other entities, where we had the challenge of not having the service provider in time. We had the challenge of Treasury not granting approval, although they've done it for 9 years. It was in our budget, but they didn't grant us approval for making those funds, for executing those transfers. But I'll tell you what was done towards the end of my presentation. This funding has historically enabled the authority to undertake labor-intensive biodiversity management programs while simultaneously creating employment opportunities and supporting local enterprises in communities surrounding the park. Unfortunately, this did not happen because of the funding issues, which was beyond our control. The reduction in EPWP funding had a direct impact on the authority's ability to implement biodiversity threat mitigation initiatives at the desired scale. Hence, you'll see some reds there when the presentation is made. Programs aimed at controlling invasive alien species, rehabilitating ecosystems, protecting critical habitats, and undertaking other conservation interventions were constrained by limited financial resources. Equally important, these funding constraints reduce the authority's capacity to create green jobs, support small enterprises, and expand community business opportunities linked to conservation programs. This is of particular concern because these interventions contribute directly to government's apex priority of creating jobs while promoting environmental sustainability and inclusive economic development. Conservation and socioeconomic development must continue to advance together. Our protected areas should not only safeguard biodiversity, but also generate meaningful economic opportunities for neighboring communities through employment, skills development, and enterprise creation. Despite these challenges, Honorable Chair, I'm encouraged by the strategic direction adopted by the board, the newly appointed board that I met earlier this year in an induction together with Director General and other departmental staff. And I'm encouraged by the commercialization strategy that has been placed on the table and is already being implemented. This strategy represents a transformative approach to ensuring the long-term sustainability of the authority by responsibly unlocking the economic potential of the World Heritage Sites through strategic investment and carefully structured partnerships with the private sector. The commercialization program is expected to diversify revenue streams, which we'll hear about, increase tourism investment, improve visitor infrastructure and experience, expand tourism products, and create sustainable business opportunities for local communities. Most importantly, it is expected to strengthen the financial sustainability of the authority by increasing own-generated revenue, which we want them to do, and reduce dependence on constrained public funding. As commercialization projects progress, government anticipates that these investments will generate additional revenue that can be reinvested into biodiversity conservation, infrastructure development, visitor management, and community beneficiation. This approach reflects a modern conservation model in which ecological protection and economic development are mutually reinforcing. The success of this strategy will require strong governance, transparent partnerships, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and continued collaboration with local communities to ensure that the benefits of conservation are shared equitably and sustainably, particularly with the communities that are in and surround the park. The challenges reflected in these reports, Honorable Chairperson, should not be viewed solely as constraints, but as an opportunity to strengthen institutional resilience and to pursue innovative financing models that secure the future of conservation in South Africa. Government remains committed to supporting institutions such as iSimangaliso Wetland Park Authority in delivering on their conservation mandate while advancing the priorities of economic growth, job creation, transformation, and sustainable development. I finally turn to the performance of the South African Forestry Company, SOC Limited, SAFCOL. As the state's forestry company, SAFCOL occupies a unique position. It is expected to operate as a commercially sustainable enterprise while simultaneously advancing transformation, supporting rural development, and contributing to economic growth. The dual mandate requires disciplined leadership, sound governance, and prudent financial management. The period under review was characterized by some operational challenges, severe weather events, flooding, which also impacted, I might say, on the operations at iSimangaliso and Sand Park, particularly in the Kruger area. There was impact on the operational constraints affected forestry and processing activities across several operations. Despite these challenges, SAFCOL demonstrated encouraging progress over the course of the financial year. Performance against the shareholders' compact improved meaningfully, with 21 of the 24 measurable performance indicators achieved, excluding the Auditor General's audit outcome, which they will talk to you about. This is an improvement from the third quarter and demonstrates that management's corrective interventions yielded positive results. Equally encouraging is that SAFCOL continued to advance numerous government strategic priorities. The organization maintained strong transformation performance, exceeded several enterprise and supplier development targets, invested in skills development, promoted localization, and continued to support communities through its corporate social investment initiatives. These achievements reinforce the important development contribution that forestry continues to make in creating opportunities, particularly in rural areas. The organization also maintained an excellent safety performance, as you mentioned, Honorable Chairperson, recording no fatalities during the financial year and achieving its best disabling injury frequency performance to date. This reflects a culture that places the well-being of employees and contractors at the center of its operations. At the same time, it is equally important that we acknowledge the areas where further work remains necessary. Liquidity, operational profitability, and processing capacity remain key focus areas. These challenges, as I said earlier, many of which were exacerbated by severe weather conditions and aging infrastructure, required continued management attention and strategic investment to strengthen SAFCOL's long-term competitiveness and sustainability. The important consideration is that these challenges have been openly recognized, corrective actions have been identified, and the organization has demonstrated a commitment to continuous improvement. As government and the DFFE, we remain committed to supporting a forestry sector that is modern, competitive, transformed, and resilient. Through the implementation of the Forestry Sector Master Plan and continued collaboration between government, industry, and organized labor, we are creating an enabling environment that supports investment, industrialization, localization, and inclusive economic growth. As I conclude, Chairperson, honorable members, the performance reports before the committee reflect both the achievements made and the challenges, and you will find that there were serious challenges, particularly in the third quarter, that remain across these important public entities. Despite ongoing fiscal constraints, SAFCOL has continued. SAFCOL, iSimangaliso, and Sandparks have continued to make meaningful contributions to biodiversity conservation, rural development, job creation, and sustainable development. We will, as the executive and the department, work closely with you as a portfolio committee, the boards and the management of these entities, and all relevant stakeholders to strengthen governance and accountability. I want to thank the boards and the chairpersons of the boards and the CEOs, etc., for the work they did. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson, with regard to the EPWP funding, which I spoke about yesterday, which we could not transfer to the authorities, and we had last-minute negotiations with Treasury in the fourth quarter, and I'm pleased to say that with the shifting of funds was allowed by Treasury for flood damage that took place, and we were able in the fourth quarter, towards the end of the fourth quarter, to transfer to Sanbi, which you interrogated yesterday, 55 million. Sandparks got 288 million, and iSimangaliso 174 million. That's nowhere near what they would have required, particularly in the Kruger Park, where there was extensive flood damage recorded. But we will continue to support them through government funding and through making applications to Treasury. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members, for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable TM Singh, for your detailed overview. We appreciate that. I will now hand over to the board chairperson of SAFCOL, Professor Nsamvumi.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair. I will be very short, not to repeat what has been stated. Greetings to you, Chairperson, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister Singh, Honorable Minister, and Deputy Ministers Swartz in absentia, CEOs of entities, and officials of the department. We are coming here to present SAFCOL's Quarter 3 and Quarter 4 performance for 2025-26 financial year. This provides us with an opportunity and also to the Portfolio Committee to reflect on the organization's performance against the strategic objectives and the shareholders' compact commitments over the past financial year. As stated earlier, this year, the year under review was characterized by the most challenging environmental issues for the organization that we have faced over the recent years. Severe weather events, prolonged rainfall, infrastructure damage, aging operational assets that tested our resilience, especially of the forest and the processing operations of the organization. And throughout this period, the board remained focused on providing strategic oversight, ensuring that the management responded effectively to these challenges, while we maintained the momentum in the execution of Strategy 29. Against this backdrop, the board is encouraged by the progress achieved during the year. As the Deputy Minister indicated, SAFCOL concluded the financial year with an improved performance against the shareholders' compact, achieving a weighted score of 77%. This represents an improvement from the third quarter and reflects the impact that management had, and especially the board, on corrective interventions to strengthen the execution of the interventions. Equally important, Chairperson, is that the organization continued to deliver against the broader developmental mandate. During the year, SAFCOL maintained a fatality-free working environment. This needs to be overemphasized because these are people that are engaged in these operations, achieving its lowest recorded disability in injury frequency rate and advanced transformation enterprise development objectives. This strengthened the local procurement and invested in skills development and research, and continued to support communities surrounding our operations. And that also is a very important aspect that we have achieved. These achievements reinforce the board's commitment to creating sustainable value, not only for the shareholder, but also the broader forestry sector and the communities. The board also recognized that important challenges remain: the liquidity, operational profitability, processing capacity, aging infrastructure, and the need to modernize our operations, particularly the Timbadulu sawmill. And we hope to report on these in the coming year. Management has identified these strategic issues and has developed appropriate plans as part of the organization's priorities for the new financial year. I wish, on behalf of the board, to acknowledge and thank the Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers of DFFE for their continued guidance and constructive partnerships. Our relationship with the shareholder remains fundamental to advancing the objectives of the forestry sector master plan and ensuring that SAFCOL continues to balance the commercial sustainability with its important developmental mandate. I also extend my sincere appreciation, Chairperson, to my fellow board members for their stewardship throughout the year, and to our management team for their leadership under demanding circumstances, especially when they have to navigate in particular challenging operational environment. As we look ahead, the board remains committed to strengthening governance, accelerating the implementation of Strategy 29, enhancing operational resilience, and modernizing critical operations to enhance revenue generation so that we create a long-term value for the shareholder in South Africa. I now invite Chairperson, the Acting Chief Executive Officer, to present the SAFCOL's third and fourth quarter results for the 25-26 financial year. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Prof. Before I give to Mr. Dlamini, the acting CEO, I just want to raise to the presenters that we would like you to focus on the key highlights and also on the non-achievements. You don't have to go page by page, just focus on the key highlights and the non-achievements. Over to you, Mr. Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the committee, members of the committee, Honorable Deputy Minister Singh, Chairpersons of the board, CEOs and colleagues. Okay, if I can get the presentation. Okay, so if we can move to the next page. So I'll just go through the highlights and focus on those areas that have not been achieved. If we go to the next slide. Can you move to the next slide?
Ndumi, just hold on, Mr. Dlamini.
Okay, that's fine.
Can you move to the next slide as requested?
Okay, we can skip this one. Next. Okay, thank you. So SAFCOL has got 25 KPIs. So out of that, we achieved, if I look at quarter 3, we achieved 15 and we had 3 non-achieved KPIs. So I'll zoom in into those that were not achieved and the reason thereof. If we move to the next slide. So the main one was liquidity, the current ratio. The main cause was the fact that we missed our log sales, mainly due to the inclement weather and severe rain, especially in the northern region. This affected our ability to access the plantations so that we could extract logs and sell to our customers. Furthermore, that affected the timber dollar operations. Although we do have buffer storage, but it's not sufficient. Once it exceeds 2 weeks, we definitely have to slow down on our production. So that overall affected our revenue, hence the impact on the current ratio. If we move to the next slide. Similar reasons in terms of EBITDA, mainly due to the non-achievement of the targeted log sales. We had to then put catch-up plans. This included working extended hours so that we could meet our commitment and improve the revenue within the available extended hours that we had to undertake. Let's move to the next slide. Next one. Okay. So timber dollar was mainly affected as well with the fact that the rains in that area affected log deliveries to the sawmill. So hence we could not meet the intake and the lumber sales volume. However, we also have other challenges related to timber dollar, which is the frequent equipment failure and breakdowns. This is an old sawmill. We do have a plan, which I'll talk to, in terms of the remedial action and the strategic projects that we'll be embarking on so that we can improve productivity and efficiency in this sawmill. We can move to the next one. We then missed one target here in terms of CSI. So what we do as part of our socio-economic development, we have enterprise development beneficiaries. We normally use SMMEs. In this case, this entity didn't have sufficient training in terms of invoicing. However, we have subsequently provided project management training to this SME. We further provided not just project management, but how they can run the business effectively. So this target was corrected in the next quarter. If we can move to the next slide. Okay, next. So we got then going to the last quarter of the year. We then improved our performance. We got a 77% weighted average. 21 of those targets were achieved and 3 were not. If we can move to the next slide. Okay, so again, we had the impact on the current ratio. I think the weather patterns really affected us negatively. We further had another catastrophic event at Jessyvale plantation, where we had wind and hailstorm, which damaged about 713 hectares. So we had to quickly reorganize and remobilize our teams to go and salvage the trees that were damaged so that we don't suffer extensive losses. But that was effectively done. We have managed to salvage the timber and we've managed to sell most of it. So we also had the issue of breakdowns. So clearly there is a need. There's a need to focus on long-term strategies to source funding so that we can replace the aging infrastructure. We can go to the next slide. The EBITDA margin wasn't achieved at the time when we were preparing this report because We had a soft close on our financial, but subsequent to that, because we have moved now, we have prepared the financials for the AG. This target, there was an improvement in terms of the financials after hard close of the financial system. It has moved to 11%. So we've got no reason to believe that this will not be achieved. So we can move to the next slide. Right. So timber dollar processing, similar challenges as in Q3. So this has been a knock-on effect in terms of the intake volume. Obviously, that affected the lumber sale volume. So I will talk to the interventions, what we want to do, including a very detailed plan going forward around timber dollar. If we can move to the next slide. Okay, so these are the strategic projects that we are undertaking, which is the phase upgrade of timber dollar. Again, it's been overtaken by events. There's been movement in this regard. We now have a firm business case, which we have stress tested it by bringing in a sawmill advisor and also a financial specialist to look at the model and test its economic viability. We can say the project is economically viable. We've also workshopped it with the board. So at this point, we will be taking it to the board for a final investment decision by end of August. Furthermore, we have also tested the market in terms of funding, especially the development finance institution and also the commercial banks. There is appetite. However, the process in terms of securing the funding, we need to then still do the formal application and get those committees to approve the funding. So there is significant progress in this regard. As I say, we will be going for the final investment decision. This will help us. I think there are lots of benefits that will emanate once we upgrade timber dollar. We'll improve the revenue in terms of lumber sales, will improve efficiencies, recovery, and minimize wastage. So it is an important strategic project. However, I must also indicate we still need additional funding because it's not only the processing, it's also affecting our forestry operations. We've got a lot of old equipment. We need to improve the road infrastructure. So that being the case, we are talking to the shareholder, the department. We will reach out as well to National Treasury to look at other funding options, maybe softer loans, so that because these are capital intensive projects. So it's a balancing act at this point. We don't want to find ourselves where we overcommit and just focus on repayment of loans. So, but we are managing the situation well. As far as timber dollar is concerned, so we do have a firm business case going forward. If we can move to the next slide. Then also with regard to IFLOMA, because we're looking at how else can we recapitalize the business in its entirety. So the strategy was to disinvest in IFLOMA. First, we have to acquire that 20% stake. Again, there's been movement in this regard. It's more about just meeting all the obligations within the Mozambican area in terms of transferring and clearing the funds. So we are in constant communication with IJAP, which is the representative of IFLOMA. On our side, we've fulfilled all the regulatory requirements to transfer the funds. So the next thing then will be then to put out the entire disposal of IFLOMA and look for investment partners. So that whatever funds we can recoup from that transaction, we can then bring them back for further investment in South Africa. If we can move to the next slide. So I'll then invite the CFO to talk through the financials for both Q3 and Q4. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Marum.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon. I'll be taking you through the financials for Q3 and Q4. Q3 was significantly affected by the adverse weather conditions that extended even into Q4. In Q3, we achieved in December, end of December, 56 million. And out of this, there was a significant amount that came in as other income, which was recognized as a donation from DFFE, which effectively means in Q3, because of the adverse weather conditions and because we could not achieve our sales, which were below budget, we were effectively in a loss which we needed to recover in the Q4. If we can move to the next slide. As you notice, this is Q3, one of the significant items which was below budget was the log sales, which was 5% below budget, but quite significant below the 839 million, which is our targeted budget. And as explained, it was mainly because of the adverse weather conditions, which would not allow us to go into the forest to harvest, even for our customers to come and collect the product, which resulted in us working below the budget. On our lumber sales, it was lumber sales. We did manage to be within the target, and other revenue was mainly affected by the donation that we received. If we can move to the next slide. If we can move to the next slide. On a financial position from just the overall financial position, still indicating that we have a stable balance sheet, not significant amounts on the financial balance sheet. Then moving on to the cash flows, from a cash flow position, we've managed to improve our liquidity. We struggled a lot during the year, but we've managed to improve our liquidity, doubling up our liquidity due to the cash measures that we put in place. If we can move to the next slide. Now I'll be presenting Q4. If we can move to the next slide. So considering the loss that we had made in Q3 due to the adverse weather conditions, considering the loss that we had made due to the adverse weather conditions, in Q4 we needed to ensure that we are at least achieve a break-even profit, of which that will be improved and now being in a positive profit position. This was a tremendous effort considering what had happened, considering the adverse weather conditions, the flooding in some of the areas, and that had occurred during the year, especially during Q3. This was a significant turnaround for the company to ensure that we managed to at least achieve a break-even position to a profit of 2 million. If we can move to the next slide. From a balance sheet perspective, our balance sheet still remains unencumbered, meaning that it has got no significant debt onto it coming from financial institutions. Our significant debt on the balance sheet is mainly coming from the IFRS 16 recognition of the land lease that we are leasing from our shareholder, which makes up the significant amount of the non-current liabilities. Other than that, the balance sheet does not have significant liabilities, amounts owed to third parties or to financial institutions. If we can move to the next slide. From a cash flow position, I'm still maintaining a significant increase, 99% increase on the cash position compared from last year, 31 March 2025 to 31 March 2026, where we increased our cash flow position by 99%. This is mainly due to the fact that we sustain our sales, our operations, and we have to make sure that as our liabilities fall due, we are able to settle them. So our cash position being improved. If we can move to the next slide. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Aroma. Mr. Dlamini, I believe that you are done with the presentation.
Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. That is the presentation from SAFCOL. I am now going to note hands for clarity seeking questions. Honorable De Block, I see your hand is up.
Myself.
Followed by Honorable Bilankulu. Those are the two hands for now. Oh, Honorable Kumalo. Over to you, Honorable De Block. Followed by Honorable Peters and Kiza. Honorable De
Thank you,
Block, over to
Chairperson.
you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues on the committee, the Minister in absentia, Deputy Ministers in attendance, and the officials and board members. Good to be with you again, and thank you for the presentation from SAFCOL. I have two themes that I'd like to cover, Chair. I appreciate that there were serious challenges in Q3 and Q4 for this entity, and I do think that is a fair thing to say. I would like to know, given the clear vulnerability of SAFCOL to climatic shocks, is there a long-term plan to mitigate this and to plan for this, given that under current climate change scenarios, we are expecting more and more regular and intense climatic events. These kinds of 100-year floods are now coming every 20 years, for example. What is SAFCOL doing to safeguard itself against these kinds of climate shocks? And secondly, on the financials, Chair, I don't believe that SAFCOL has ever submitted annual financial statements to Parliament on time. I know there have been serious challenges in terms of the executive turnover and senior management turnover, as well as the changeover in accounting systems and a number of other issues. I'd like some commitment that those days are behind us and that SAFCOL is on top of its finances and we can expect more regular and timeous reporting from them in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable De Block. Honorable Bilangulu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self, to the Deputy Ministers, honorable members, and everyone else in this platform. Chair, I've got only two questions to ask. With the timber dollar lumber sales missing targets due to boiler failures, long shortages, power disruption, and kiln drying bottlenecks, what is the exact timeline and capital expenditure plan to replace aging infrastructure and restore full mill capacity? Chair, considering that SAFCOL achieved a weighted shareholder compact performance score of 69% in Q3, with multiple core financial and operational KPIs failing, what structural governance interventions is the executive team implementing to guarantee 100% target realization across all targets for the upcoming financial year? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bilangulu. Honorable Kumalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good afternoon to your good self, honorable members, and our officials that are in the platform. Chairperson, let me also join my colleague for appreciating the presentation from SAFCOL. But I'm having these few questions to ask Chair for clarity. One, how is SAFCOL balancing aging equipment repairs with improving the EBITDA margin? And what is the projected impact of the timber dollar sawmill upgrade? Beyond weather, Chair, what are the underlying issues affecting log and lumber sales performance? What is the detailed breakdown of increased repair cost, and what is the risk of further escalation before equipment replacement? Lastly, Chair, what are the specific timelines and expected outcomes of the Timber Dollar sawmill upgrade to address production bottlenecks? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Peters.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members as well as the Minister in absentia and the Deputy Ministers. My questions were actually covered, but I would like to make a comment with regards to the improved shareholder compact performance from 69% in Q3 to 77% in Q4. And obviously to congratulate SAFCOL on that, but obviously there's still several key performance indicators that is a challenge. So to not repeat what my previous, what the previous speaker said, because we've covered, MP de Block has covered me on the environmental issues as well as the Timber Dollar sawmill was also covered. So my question then would be, what specific operational improvements are expected to improve production and profitability during the 2026 and 27 financial year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to Deputy Minister and officials and honorable members and everyone present. I have just few questions as well. I'm also like to thank you, Chairperson, that you've allowed SAFCOL to first present today, because normally they always present when we are exhausted and we can't ask them properly. SAFCOL attributes repeated underperformance in liquidity and I can't spell this name, EBITDA to serve weather and aging equipment. What specific funded interventions are in place to ensure these recurring challenges do not continue to undermine financial sustainability in the 2026 and 2027? Because I remember that even last year, in every of their presentation, they're always talking about the aging equipment, but we don't see them or hear them saying that they've bought something new. I don't know when they're planning to buy. I was covered my second question with by Honorable Pilankulu when she asked about the procurement of the new kilns and the equipment replacement program, when it will be completed. My last question, it's SAFCOL reports spending over 162 million on enterprise and supplier development. Can you provide a detailed breakdown of how many local communities, SMMEs, directly benefited from this investment, and what sustainable jobs were created as a result? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable Beach.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can I just check if I'm audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You are audible, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to all the officials, to the honorable members. I also want to bring the sentiment to say thank you for the presentation. I am, however, very disappointed again with the performance that we've seen from SAFCOL. Chair, I could not be more covered by Member Balankulo. She did a fantastic job in asking those questions. And then secondly, also by Member de Block. I'm left with the position where I perhaps want to just make a statement in saying to the executive of SAFCOL that what happened in regards to the weather situation is not the excuse that they think it is. I'm a little bit of the opinion that various mitigations could have been put in place, and beyond that, that the weather did not preclude SAFCOL from increasing production as well as trying to catch up in regards to some of the sales surrounding logs, etc. It is similarly with regards to the aging infrastructure. It begs the question, we are still waiting for new boilers. We are still waiting for actual management actions to take place. And it's becoming a trend where excuses are looked for instead of trying to be proactive and making headway. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Beach. From my side, I'm also largely covered by the honorable members, but I will just ask one question on SAFCOL. You know, in January this year, we had planned as the committee to visit Timbadola plant, but those plans had to be shelved due to inaccessibility of the site after the heavy rains. Considering the compounding impact of severe weather events, flooding and micro burst storms on plantation access, what proactive disaster recovery framework or weather adaptive harvesting strategies that has been adopted for the 2026 and 2027 financial year? That is the question from my side. I am alerted that Honorable Mokoena sent questions to our officials. Can you kindly ask on behalf of Honorable Mokoena the questions?
Oh, okay,
Can
Chair.
you
I'll do SAFCOL for now.
Yes, yes.
Honorable Mokoena asked, what is the status of the Timbadola sawmill upgrade? And what are the immediate risks of critical equipment failure? And the second question is on IFLOMA investment. What are the current challenges and projected timelines for finalizing the IFLOMA divestment? And what are the financial implications of further delays? And the last question, Chair, is what is the status of the board's final investment decision and funding for the Timbadola sawmill upgrade? And are there any identified risks of securing risk for CAPEX?
Thank you.
Those are the
Chief.
three questions.
Okay, thank you, sis. Thank you very much. I'll now head over to Mr. Dlamini and Mr. Maruma to respond to the questions raised by the members. Over to you, Mr. Dlamini.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members for the questions. I will deal with some of them, others I will leave for the CFO to come through as well. So I will start with Honorable de Blok. In terms of the challenges Q3 and Q4 and the climate changes. So indeed, this is a challenge that we have put some mitigations. Obviously, it's a continuous improvement as well. Let me start with our research and development. We have a well-established research and development whereby in terms of the trees that we plant, we continuously in-house developing trees that can withstand severe weather patterns such as drought, storm, and pest and diseases. I must say that is, I mean, if I look at the disaster we had in Jezebel, even though the trees had to be felled as quickly as possible, but they still were able to survive for a long time, such that we're able to harvest them and resell. So clearly, I think the investment we've done in terms of R&D is giving us good results. So we are, obviously, what we need is to invest in the infrastructure, and especially roads. So this is part of our challenges that we are facing with the limited capex and funding. Indeed, we need to upgrade, let's say, the river crossing with modern bridges. That is serious investment, which we are planning as the cash situation improves. I must say, with the improvement in cash buffer that we have been targeting, some of those initiatives are being started, especially on the forest side. But it is indeed continuous improvement. The other part for timber dollar, we do have a buffer storage area. We call it a wet deck. So again, we need to invest and increase that capacity of the wet deck so that we, even in extreme weather conditions, we have sufficient stock to run the sawmill maybe for longer. Currently, it's limited to 2 weeks. So those are some of the initial initiatives that we need to withstand adverse weather conditions. And then on the financials and including the audit, I will allow the CFO will come through. But if I may just go through the other questions, CFO, you will note that one. I will go then to Honorable Bilangulu's question in terms of timber dollar. Timber dollar, we do have a plan in place, as I indicated earlier, where we have now a solid business case. It had to be rigorously tested, and we had to also bring in experts just to give us assurance, because this is quite a significant investment. We're looking at about 266 million. We've never undertaken such a big project. So we had to bring in the sawmill advisor, we had to bring in the financial expert to stress test the financial modeling, and that has been done. And we had to take the board, the board that we have is their new term. And obviously we need that final investment decision to be supported by the board. So the workshop was successfully held. So at the end of this month, which is end of August, we will be then submitting, and in terms of our governance, this final business case for final investment approval by the board. As I had indicated, I will combine some of the questions that were asked by the other members. So we have tested the appetite for funding, especially with IDC. They've shown keen interest, and they had initially anyway given us a term sheet, but we have to now reactivate that process so that it goes through their formal structures for approval. But we'll also look at any other cheaper funding options. So in terms of funding, I don't think we are at risk. As I say, it has been modeled. The project is viable and there is interest in taking it forward. So that is the priority that we are driving. Thereafter, once the funding is secured, then we start procuring the equipment that needs to be replaced. However, we also, within the cash buffer that we have, we are looking at some of the critical equipment within the limited budget that we have, such as the porch edger, including the boilers, that we can progressively advance so that we can start debottlenecking those key areas that are affecting our revenue. Right. Then the shareholder, in terms of the KPI and the changes that we have to do. So basically, the biggest challenge that we're facing there's been limited investment over time in SAFCOL's infrastructure. I would give an example. For Timber Dollar, the boilers are as old as more than 60 years old. By now, they should have been replaced. Also, then looking at the equipment we need in forest operations, such as the harvesting equipment, and also the improvement of the roads infrastructure, there's serious investment required. So we are unlocking those challenges, but to accelerate the investment, hence we want to reach out to other funding options so that we can quickly accelerate the improvements that we need to address the old equipment, improve the infrastructure, so then that we can then start driving efficiencies. We can then, we'll definitely see improvement, a sharp improvement in revenue thereafter. The advantage we have as a company is that we have a strong biological asset. We do have the raw material. We've invested well over years. All that we need now is to beneficiate it, and that's where the investment is required. So once we beneficiate, we drive efficiencies, we'll improve the current revenue generation and the financial performance. However, I must say, given all these challenges, the management team has managed the situation. We're still able to fulfill our mandate, but we can do more if we can get more funding. I think that's the message around funding is the key so that we can unblock all the other challenges, equipment breakdown and everything else. Then I will go to Honorable Kumalo. So the aging infrastructure and the EBITDA margin. So as I had indicated, we just need to address the aging infrastructure so that we improve productivity and we reduce downtime, especially at the sawmill. The moment we have downtime, the other strange phenomena that we have, this equipment that we have is so old that even the original equipment manufacturers don't have it. So it's not equipment that you can buy off the shelf. We have to order it, some of it from overseas. It takes time. And those are the risks that we have because it takes time to import it. By the time it comes through, we've lost production time. So that's definitely a need to improve the invest on the aging infrastructure. And then that will improve the lumber sales and everything else. The repairs and maintenance cost, I will ask the CFO to talk through to that one. Specific timelines, I've already touched on the Timber Dollar timelines in terms of the investment decision being made by end of August. Then I'll go to Honorable Peters. Okay, we note the comment in terms of the shareholder compact. It's continuous improvement. I think given the situation that we had with the adverse weather condition and how we mobilized the team to manage the situation, that was really commendable. Yes, we could do more. The nature of forest, because once it's wet, definitely trucks cannot access the forest. We need time for the ground to dry up before you can start moving in, because we use heavy equipment. So that will damage the soil and then it affects the environment as such. So indeed, adverse weather conditions does affect us negatively, especially with harvesting operation. We don't allow anyone until the ground is good enough to move heavy equipment into it. The only place where we can have a bit of leeway is the Timber Dollar with the wet deck, if we have sufficient volumes to process. So I think, yeah, I've covered the operational improvement that is needed, Honorable Peters. And then Honorable Mkhize, you touched on the liquidity, which I've already addressed. in terms of the required investment on the equipment to drive efficiencies, recovery, and enhance revenue performance. Then in terms of enterprise and supply development, okay, in terms of the actual numbers, I won't have it, but we can provide the details. We operate in various areas, starting from Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KZN. We have specific programs for the various communities where we operate. We can provide the details in terms of the jobs we've created in a specific area and the programs we've undertaken. Mainly the programs are around ensuring that the communities can participate in the forestry value chain. So one of the initiatives is to then have enterprise development where we upscale the communities to understand the forestry business and provide services within our value chain. For instance, in terms of silviculture activities, this is being provided by enterprises that were developed in-house, and to a point that now they can run their companies and were able to use those services. We then also upskill them in terms of business. We've partnered with the University of Mpumalanga. We have well-developed programs so that they can run their businesses in a sustainable manner. But in terms of those initiatives, maybe I can commit that we can provide the details on a specific area throughout the region. So, Honorable Peach, okay, we also note the concern about SAFCOL performance. I must say, though, we have moved in terms of all the initiatives that we've put in place, specifically with the Timbadola upgrade project. I know it's been long coming, but it was a complicated feasibility study, and we had to play a careful balance that whatever investment we take, we can still maintain that balance in terms of being able to repay the loan while we are upgrading the performance of the sawmill. I can say our board is on board, and this project will now move to the next phase. So the weather, okay, I've touched on the weather issues and the impact on the boilers and Timbadola. I've already highlighted the initiatives that we are taking. And then there was a question on weather events, so I've also covered that one. So, Honorable Mkwena, in terms of status of Timbadola, the risk on equipment failure. So the risk on equipment failure really is the fact that we lose production time. And as I say, most of this equipment has to be bought overseas. And some of the original equipment manufacturers do not exist. So we need to modernize Timbadola. We need to have equipment that we can easily source spares locally without losing production time. So this is the investment that we're pursuing with the phase upgrade of Timbadola. The IFLOMA, this investment I'll ask the CFO to talk to it. A risk for CAPEX. I think one of the major risks, maybe the CFO will touch on it, is the fact that whatever CAPEX we secure, we must still be able to run the business, service those loans. So hence what we are doing is engaging the shareholder together. We'll reach out even to National Treasury to find better funding mechanisms, maybe in the form of guarantees, any form of softer loans, so that then we can accelerate these CAPEX programs. But we are in a good position. The company has been managed well. We've achieved unqualified audit over time. We've got sound governance. So that puts us in a good stead in terms of being attractive to the funders. We just have to then, whatever CapEx program we go into, demonstrate that we can afford to service those loans and still be sustainable. So, Honorable Chair, if I can then allow CFO to come through with the other questions. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Tlamin. Over to you, Mr. Maruma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start with Honorable De Blok. Yes, indeed. What we have done this year, last year, we could not provide our financial statements for audit on the 31st of May. And this year, we managed to submit all our financial statements for audit on the 31st of May, thereby removing the non-compliance. The audits have progressed, and we're still finalizing the Komatiland financial statements audit. There is a consultation that is currently underway on a technical aspect relating to the valuation of biological assets. However, we are working with the experts and Auditor General to ensure that these are resolved timelessly, so that we'll be able also to try to meet our timelines to the committees. Then moving on to the next question, which is on the timelines, Honorable Vilankulu. I believe the timelines on the Timberdola upgrade, which had been provided and presented by the CEO, we're looking to getting the approval for the investment into Timberdola. We in end of August. We have gone through the process of doing business case analysis, testing that the project is viable, considering that this is a significant project that we are undertaking. So we have gone out to get a third party to confirm what we have done, to make sure that when we submit to board for approval and financial institutions, IDC had already indicated their commitment to funding us, and we are now just going through the process to get the process and the project underway, so that we can be able to replace significant assets at Timberdola, improve, so that we can improve efficiency. This ties in line with a number of questions that have been for our profitability, expenses, and revenue. Once we improve our revenue through investment in Timberdola, increasing the throughput, where we are increasing our throughput from 120,000 to 160,000, this will result in an increase in revenue in terms of quantity and the quality of product which will be taken out. This will also have a double effect in taking out a factor of the EBITDA, which is the expenses, where we will reduce the expenditure that we are currently spending on repairs and maintenance on the kilns, the Timberdola, and other items that are constantly failing us. On to the Honorable Kumalo. He did request a maintenance cost detailed schedule, which will provide the details. Significantly, this is mainly made up of our operating equipment, which is operating equipment in the forestry, operating equipment at Timberdola, which is the one that is mainly failing during operations. This is a double effect on us in that it takes out production time, and also it costs us money, and it does not allow us to generate revenue, because this is equipment that is being used in the forestry to generate income. Now moving into Honorable Mkhize, on the EBITDA, what are the intervention in place? The intervention that we are putting up in place is to replace some of the equipment that is breaking down. And one of the ways that we're doing this is we have done an analysis of all the equipment that we need. We've done an assessment that we can't replace all of them. So we have done a prioritization list that we are working with to replace. The challenge that we face is that our equipments have equipment which are very expensive. whereby each equipment, some of them cost at least 20 million, some are even to the region of 35 million each. So we are working with our prioritization list to try to replace these assets, and this will in turn be an intervention on our EBITDA margins, because once we improve our revenue, reduce our expenses, our EBITDA in itself will improve. CE has already spoken on the detailed list, the detailed document that we've requested on the enterprise. Then going to Honorable Mkwena, on the capex need, I think the CEO has already touched on timber dollar upgrade, which is a need that a capex need we definitely need. However, due to the magnitude of the equipments that are needed within the entire organization, we needed to make sure that the project is viable and to make sure that the company is able to accommodate this capex injection and still be able to remain viable. On the current timelines for this investment on the project in Mozambique, we're looking to disinvest on the project. The first was to acquire the 20%. As the CA has indicated, we are currently finalizing legislative and administrative hurdles in Mozambique. We have had engagement with the Mozambique Central Bank. There are documents that they've requested because this is a foreign direct investment. There are certain documentation, there are certain documents that they requested us, some of them going back to 2003 when Ifloma was purchased by KLF initially. So they've requested some of the initial documentations, which we're working with our Mozambique counterparts and also IJEP and their bankers to put this in place and register this to comply with legislative requirements in Mozambique so that we can ensure that this can be resolved. Our expected timeline was 31st July, but this has since been revised after our engagement with the Mozambique Central Bank and Standard Bank Mozambique to 31st of August to ensure that this is finalized. Once this is finalized, we believe that we will be in a position to move forward with the transaction. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CA.
Thank you, Mr. Maruma. Honorable members, those with the responses from SAFCOL. Want to check if there's any follow-up questions to the responses. Okay, we do not have any follow-up questions. Thank you very much, SAFCOL. I just want to check, Mr. Dlamini, you said you can provide the detailed report on the jobs that have been created. You can provide that in writing and also programs that have been undertaken. I would like to give you the due date of the 26th of August to submit that report to us. If I have captured you correctly, Mr. Dlamini?
Yeah, no, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, we will do so, Chairperson.
Okay, then. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, thank you very much to the board chairperson of SAFCOL and also to the officials of SAFCOL. I think if you want to leave the platform, you can leave and attend to other matters. We are done. We will await your return report on the jobs created and also on the programs that have been undertaken. Thank you very much. You may leave the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's then move to our next presentation, which is sandbags. I know that when we were introducing or were reading the list of the delegation, the board chairperson was read as the interim chairperson, and it was corrected that she is no longer a interim chairperson. She is now duly appointed as the board chairperson. We congratulate you, Ms. Ferguson, on your appointment, and I would like to hand over to you for the brief overview. Over to you, Chair of SANParks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, for the congratulatory message. I do appreciate it. Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable David Maynier, Minister David Maynier in absentia, Honourable Deputy Minister Singh, and Honourable in absentia as well. Before proceeding, Honourable Chairperson, allow me just to congratulate our Minister Maynier on his appointment as our Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. We as SANParks look forward to working with him and advancing the responsibilities of the people of South Africa. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to present our third and fourth quarter performance reports for 25-26 financial year. And as usual, Honourable Chairperson, we value this engagement as an important component of parliamentary oversight and accountability. It provides us as SANParks with the opportunity to report on our progress made during the reporting period, account for areas where performance did not meet expectations, and outline the measures that we take to improve the future performance. Today's sitting is also opportune as it comes at a time when SANParks has once again achieved an unqualified audit opinion for 25-26 financial year, with only one material finding remaining relating to revenue management. This is a significant milestone that reflects our organization's continued commitment, Honourable Chair, to sound governance, financial stewardship and accountability. Just please allow me to briefly update the committee on several matters that speak directly to the organization's governance, transformation, operational readiness, and our financial sustainability. Following the committee's parliamentary visit in 2024, we are pleased to report that Kruger National Park beneficiation scheme has now been signed and is moving into an implementation gear. It was a long 10 years. This is an important step in translating the commitments arising from years of engagement, and this committee's oversight visit is into tangible benefits and more inclusive participation. We have also strengthened institutional capacity by filling key leadership positions. At our last Portfolio Committee meeting, Honourable Chairperson, you asked me about these positions. Our Chief Financial Officer has been appointed and will be shortly assuming duty. The position of Head of Human Capital has been filled, and our Company Secretary position has also been filled. These appointments will reinforce governance, financial management, organizational capacity, and our accountability. Chairperson, the fires in Cape Town remain a recurring and serious operational risk, particularly during the summer fire season. SANParks has strong fire management capability and works closely with the City of Cape Town and other partners to prepare us for the response arrangements. We anticipate future fire incidences during the coming summer months, but our teams, we assure the Portfolio Committee, our teams and partners are ready and are prepared to respond. Chairperson, we are also, SANParks takes notes of the warnings around El Nino, and we realize our vulnerability in terms of wildfires and other things like drought and that, but we are certainly putting processes into place in order to mitigate this. The report before the committee reflects the work undertaken by SANParks across our national parks and marine protected areas, our regional offices, and our head office during the course of the financial year. It also demonstrates our continued commitment to delivering on our conservation mandate while advancing socio-economic development, tourism growth, transformation, and institutional sustainability. Honourable Chairperson, I am not going to repeat Deputy Minister Singh's presentation. He presented SANParks situation very, very well. But just to say that we are certainly alive to the climate change, and we are putting matters in place. SANParks remains committed to building the organization that is environmentally responsible, financially sustainable, and responsive to the needs and aspirations of the people of South Africa and of all peoples of South Africa. We appreciate the committee's continued guidance and the oversight as we pursue these objectives. Chairperson, just in conclusion, I would like to remind the members about the recent floods in the Western Cape and in Kruger National Park, which affected infrastructure and our operations. The financial implications from these across SANParks will become clearer during this current financial year. And as recovery and rebuilding continues, and we are doing that, we call on all government departments and the entities to prioritize the use of SANParks facilities for conferences, for meetings, for accommodation, and other suitable official activities. This is an appeal from us, Honourable Chairperson. This would support domestic tourism, retain public expenditure within the state's broad institutional ecosystem, and contribute directly to SANParks' financial sustainability. We also want to just take this opportunity to thank the Ministry for securing that 288 million rand, and we will spend it effectively, Honourable Chairperson. I'd like to, at this point, to hand over to our, with your permission, to hand over to our Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Apiwe Selo, to take the committee through the detailed performance presentation. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. And over to you, Ms. Selo.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair, and I greet you. I would also like to acknowledge the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. And in absentia, I would like to acknowledge Minister Menir, and as well as both our Deputy Ministers, Deputy Minister Singh and Swartz, in absentia. I'd like to acknowledge the Chairperson of SANParks Board, Mrs. Ferguson, and the chairs of other boards of the entities represented here, the DG in absentia, the CEOs of the entities present today, and colleagues. Good afternoon. We thank you again, Chair and honourable portfolio members, for giving us this opportunity to present our Q3 and Q4 performance for the financial year of 25-26. As per your request, Chair, we will take this presentation as read, and we will go into the highlights as well as the areas of underperformance. And through you, then I will hand over to the acting CFO, Mr. Lubani, to present the finances. I'd like to jump very quickly to slide number 6, which gives an overview of our performance over the 4 quarters of the year, where we maintained a steady and consistent performance of, on average, 88%, culminating in a total 90% annual performance at the end of the financial year. As the Chair has also said earlier, received the news a week ago that we have also achieved an unqualified audit. Page 7, just reflecting some of the targets that in both quarters, there were targets that were not only achieved, they were exceeded. In Q3, 49% of our targets were exceeded. And in Q4, 52% of those targets were exceeded. On page 9 or slide 9, I'll just go through some of those Q3 and Q4 highlights, particularly in those areas of overachievement. I'd like to highlight on this particular one, which is outcome goal 1, that we exceeded our target of the number of hectares for inclusion into international parks by 12,000 hectares. My apologies. The target was 12,000 hectares. We exceeded that target by 7,343 hectares. In Q3 as well, we did very well in clearing invasive plant species. We cleared over 100,000 hectares of alien invasive plant species, exceeding that target by 79,000 or approximately 80,000 of. My apologies. I'm having a bit of a brain freeze. My apologies, Chair. Let me go back to this. In Q3, we cleared over 100,000 hectares of invasive plant species, exceeding our target by approximately, exceeding the target, which was 80,000, give or take, by over 23,000 hectares. In Q4, we carried on with these clearance efforts with 122,000 approximately hectares cleared, which was then an achievement of an additional 21,969 hectares cleared. So that is the overachievement there. We're also proud to indicate that we maintained a rhino population across our rhino parks, which includes Kruger National Park, which is approximately 2,956 rhinos across the 6 rhino parks. This is within the target threshold of more than 2,600 rhinos maintained as a target. I'd like to go to then page 10. Just to emphasize a few issues on this particular slide with regards to our performance. We're very proud that in our EPWP opportunities, 7% of those opportunities were created for people with disabilities, people living with disabilities. This was a 2% increase over our target of 5%. In addition, 63% of our EPWP jobs in Q4 were created for the youth, exceeding the target of 55 by 8%. We're also very pleased to share with you that in Q3, 86% of procurement opportunities were awarded to designated groups, which exceeded the 80% target. I'd like to move on to slide 11. Our tourism performance was exceptionally good in both Q3 and Q2. And Q4, actually, it was good right across the financial year, but let us focus on those 2 last quarters of the year. Our visitor numbers increased by close to 10%, exceeding our target of 4%. Accommodation occupancy also showed a steady improvement across both quarters. I've indicated on this platform that the tourism product is very critical to SANParks, as it is our primary revenue generation mechanism, and therefore the product quality is very critical. So we have embarked on this grading assessment of the accommodation facilities across our parks. We graded 98 of these establishments in Q3, exceeding our target of 60 by 38. We've also seen an increase and very promising improvement in our customer satisfaction index. We had targeted achieving a 78% customer satisfaction index. We achieved an 80.21%. We are of the view that as well, this is a reflection of the improvement in the tourism products and accommodation products that we provide across our parks. On page 12, I just would like to highlight the tourism revenue. which increased by 19.2%, exceeding the target of 7% by 12.2%. This very strong performance continued in Q4, where the revenue increased by 17.3%. I'm also happy to mention that we have significantly improved our representation of people with disabilities that work at SANParks, and this is distinct from the EPWP reporting that I made earlier, but these are employees at SANParks where we have moved, and you will recall, honorable members, that there was a time where we were at 1%. We have shifted the needle slightly to 1.4%, meeting that particular target. On slide 13, I will skip slide 13 and go straight to slide 36. And Honorable Chair, I am now going into the areas of underperformance. Or rather, I'm sorry, let's start with number 35. It's slide 35, not 36. Honorable members, this is an oddity of how we structure our APP, where in this instance we underperformed in the last quarter, only reason being that we had already met our target and that we had already exceeded it by Q3. So technically it may seem like an underperformance, but from an annual perspective, we had exceeded, and we have exceeded the target by one tourism product. But it was just to draw your attention to that. We'll go to number 41, which speaks to the number of co-management agreements reviewed and implemented. We've missed this target. We only managed to finalize one co-management agreement, and that was for the Durban Communal Property Association. We were not able to finalize the agreement for Colcra being in the area of Colchester and Addo, as well as Richtersveld in the Northern Cape, right at the border with Namibia. With Colcra, honorable members, there are some matters that have led to this delay that are quite out of our control. The Colcra community is undergoing a revision of its overarching settlement agreement for the land to be restored in title. Initially, the agreement was that there would be restoration through alternative land. So as I've indicated, Honorable Chair and committee members, it is outside of our control. The Richtersveld one is an easier one that is going to be resolved very soon. It's around community governance structures, also outside of our control. It is the community itself that is now in the process of electing a new structure. But we believe that the Richtersveld one, we should be back on an even keel before the end of this financial year. I'd like to then move to number 45. This speaks to resource mobilization. Resource mobilization is a very critical element of our sustainability in SANParks, with donors and sponsors helping the organization to meet a significant number of its objectives and supporting its mandate. We have missed our target both on Q3 and Q4, as well as the annual target. And this has to do with the fact that we were very incapacitated in that particular unit in terms of human capital. We have since filled a very critical vacancy in that unit, and we are beginning to see traction and rapid movement. We trust that we will be coming back to you in the next in this financial year with a significantly more impressive performance in that regard. I'd like to go to slide number 52, Slide number 52 speaks to our forays into reducing our climate change vulnerability and improving our climate resilience. We started out with a few ambitions, and one of them being that we are going to reduce our water usage. But to do so, we also would like to measure how much of the water we have reduced over a certain period. But what we do not have is meters. It is something relatively small in the main, but because this is a new area for us, as I've indicated, even our supply chain was not entirely equipped to deliver on this particular project, which was the procurement of water meters. As indicated in the report, it was really a pricing issue, which was simply not in alignment with the budget. We have since fixed the situation, and we should be able to measure our baseline in this financial year. I'll go now to page 55. Page 55 also speaks to our attempts to be climate smart and our aspirations to transition to renewable energy. We are building a solar plant in Addo National Park. It has been delayed for most of the year, essentially due to construction delays. But we, as similar to the water meters, believe that by the end of this financial year, actually the end of this quarter, we will be reporting differently in terms of having finalized that construction. Number 56, page 56. We did limp a bit in terms of our achievements on this particular target. Quarter 3, we missed, but I'd like to just indicate that by quarter 4, we had caught up in terms of creating climate smart, eco-friendly facilities. We had targeted 2 facilities that would renovate, and by quarter 4, we had finalized those 2. I would like then, Chairperson, through you at this stage, to hand over to the Acting CFO, Ms. Lubani, to take us through the financial matters. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CE. Over to you, Acting CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon once again, Honorable Chair and honorable members. The Minister in absentia, our Deputy Minister Singh, as well as our Deputy Minister Swart in absentia, our Chairperson of the Board, and our CE, as well as other executives and colleagues on the call. I will take us through the financials as at quarter 4, because it's a cumulative figures up until quarter 4. If you could just go to the next slide, please. So, overview of our SANParks funding. In terms of our grant versus the revenue, we are a self-sustainable organization, and over the past year, in terms of the grant allocation that has been awarded to us, we've seen over the 10-year a trend that totally speaks to the fact that the grant that has been allocated to SANParks has slowly been declining up until 2026. In 2016, our grant allocation was 27%, versus now in 2026, where our grant has declined to 21%. Now, this has allowed us as an organization to go back to the drawing board and look at financial strategies that would allow us to be fit for the future. So as a result, we have now a 20-year financial sustainability strategy, which gives us a roadmap in terms of how do we now chart in the future based on this this analysis. If you can move to the next slide, please. So as at Q4, CE has already shared that we achieved a good tourism numbers, and it culminated to us achieving a 1% which exceeded our total budgeted revenue in terms of our actual. And this was just mainly due to good tourism performance in the last quarter. And then when you now drill down on the total tourism, on our total revenue, you will note that our self-generated revenue grew by 15% when you compared to our budget, and this is primarily driven by our tourism business, which performed better on conservation and on concession fees. And this is the main driver was due to the tourism visitor numbers in our parks. However, that was slightly offset by our grants and donation, which lagged behind budget by 10% when you compare. And the main driver was the delay in spending on infrastructure grant allocation and special project. I will speak through it when I get to the expenditure. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of our expenditure, we realized a savings of 2%, and that was driven mainly by the savings in the maintenance costs. And the main reason was this was due to the plant maintenance project that could not be completed due to the adverse weather conditions and the flooding in Kruger during the last quarter of the financial year. However, with employee cost, our employee cost actually exceeded slightly the budgeted expenditure by 2%. And the main driver of that expenditure is our post-retirement benefit, which cannot be adequately budgeted for. So this is we rely on actuarial cost at the end of the financial year to drive or to speak to the actual cost within that area. So as a result, you cannot budget for it during the year. If you could go to the next slide, please. So in terms of a statement of financial position, which is our balance sheet, please go to the next slide. So our business relies on infrastructure to derive a revenue. As a result, we are asset heavy, and we continue to invest in resources in construction, refurbishment, upgrades and repairs and maintenance of these assets to ensure that we keep on actually deriving revenue out of that. Our working capital is 2.7 billion, of which 76% is to cover our entity's current liabilities, and our 24% then is reinvested back into our capital commitment and other financial obligations. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you. So in terms of our audit action plan, as at Q4, we had 3 audit action plans which arose from the materials findings that we had during audit. And 2 of those 3 have now since been dealt with. Although we have implemented action plans, we still remain with one key material finding, which the chairperson has also shared earlier, which is revenue management. We have strengthened our implementation to ensure that we close the gap that Auditor General has indicated. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CFO. Okay, that was the presentation from Sandparks. We are going to move to the second presentation. Just want to check my agenda, which is iSimangaliso. I am now going to hand over to the board chairperson of iSimangaliso. Just want to quickly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to greet you and greet the Honorable Minister, Mr. David Minea, and to also greet the Deputy Ministers in their absence, and the Deputy and the Director General also in her absence, and all officials of the department, members of all the other boards present, executive management of other entities present, and of course, management of the department that is present with us. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of iSimangaliso, on behalf of the board of iSimangaliso Wetlands Park Authority, it is my pleasure to express my opening remarks in tabling Q3 and Q4 performance reports for the 2025-2026 financial year. The report provides an account of the authority's performance against its approved annual performance plan and demonstrates our continued commitment to good governance, transparency, and accountability and stewardship of one of South Africa's most valuable natural and cultural assets. The board remains firmly committed to ensuring that iSimangaliso fulfills its statutory mandate of protecting the outstanding universal value of our UNESCO World Heritage Site, while contributing meaningfully to sustainable socio-economic development, tourism growth, and community beneficiation. The period under review presented both significant achievement and notable challenges. While the authority successfully delivered the majority of its planned targets and maintained sound governance and financial management, we were unfortunately unable to achieve 100% organizational performance. This outcome was largely attributed to circumstances that beyond direct control of the authority, specifically the non-transfer of funding under the Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP. The authority had received an allocation letter confirming EPWP funding for the year 2025-2026, and had incorporated the associated projects and performance. Sorry, I was just getting distracted.
Just hold on, Ma'am Sibiso. Advocate Memani, please watch your gadget. Over to you, Chair. My apologies for that.
No, thank you, Chen. I do understand these machines have a mind of their own at times, so it's understandable. I think, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. The Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, had, I think, elaborated in detail what had happened. I think on my part is just to explain what the organization had done in order to try and deal with the challenges that it faced in terms of the EPWP funding. The absence of the EPW funding constrained the authority's ability to implement several labor-intensive biodiversity threat mitigation programs including ecosystem restoration, invasive alien plant control, and other environmental management interventions that were fundamental to maintaining ecological integrity of the World Heritage Site. Equally concerning was the impact on our neighboring communities. The inability to implement these programs meant that planned green jobs, skills development opportunities, and support for small local enterprise could not be realized at its intended scale. These programs have historically provided much needed employment and economic opportunities for the communities living adjacent to the park and contributed directly to government's priority of reducing unemployment through environmental sustainable initiative. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the board did not remain passive. Throughout the third and fourth quarters of the financial year, the board actively engaged the department and other relevant stakeholders to seek a resolution to the funding impasse. We are practically appreciative of the intervention and facilitation provided by the Deputy Minister, Mr. Narayan Singh, who engaged constructively with National Treasury, the department, together with the authority in efforts to secure the release of EPWP funding and minimize the impact of the program's delivery. Although these engagements did not result in the transfer of funding during the period under review, they demonstrate, Chairperson, government's commitment to supporting the authority and highlighted the importance of continued collaboration in addressing funding challenges affecting conservation and socio-economic development programs. Despite these constraints, I wish to commend the Chief Executive Officer, management, and staff of the entity for their resilience, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to service delivery. Through prudent financial management and adaptive operational planning, the authority continued to deliver on its core conservation mandate, maintained governance excellence, and preserve the integrity of the globally significant protected area. Chairperson, I think at this point, I'll pause to mention that the entity this year has also obtained an unqualified audit opinion with no matters of emphasis. The board is encouraged by the progress made in implementing the commercialization strategy. The strategy program marks an important milestone in repositioning iSimangaliso towards greater financial sustainability by reasonably leveraging its tourism assets through structured partnerships with private sector. The commercialization program is expected to diversify the entity's revenue base, attract new investment into tourism infrastructure and services, enhance visitor experience, and create sustainable employment and enterprise opportunities for neighboring communities. Over time, the strategy will strengthen the authority's capacity to generate own revenue, reducing reliance on fiscus allocation, while ensuring that additional resources are reinvested into biodiversity, conservation, infrastructure development, and community development programs. The board views this as a critical strategic intervention that will improve the long-term financial resilience of the authority while ensuring that conservation continues to deliver measurable environmental, social, and economical value. As we reflect on the performance of 2025-2026 financial year, we do so with a clear understanding that the challenges experienced also provide valuable lessons. They reinforce the importance of predictable funding, strengthened intergovernmental collaboration, and diversified revenue streams to support conservation and development objectives. The board remains confident that with the continued support of the minister, deputy ministers, the department, our stakeholders, and neighboring communities, the authority is positioned to build on its achievements and to realize its vision of a World Heritage Site that amplifies excellence in conservation, sustainable tourism, and inclusive economic development. In closing, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to fellow board members for their strategic leadership and oversight, to the Chief Executive Officer and our management for their dedication, and to every employee of the authority for its commitment, and to our many partners and stakeholders whose collaboration continues to strengthen iSimangaliso. Lastly, Chair, allow me to congratulate Ms. Ferguson on her appointment as well as the chairperson of SANParks. With that being said, may I hand over then to the acting CFO, the acting CEO, and Ms. Ntuli for the rest of the organization's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And please pass our heartfelt condolences to the CEO of iSimangaliso and his family, as it
Thank you
was
for that.
raised by by DM that he is bereaved. Over to you, acting CEO, Ms. Nduli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the portfolio committee members, and also good afternoon to my chairperson of the board, and the minister in his absentia, deputy minister in their absentia, DG, department representative, and all other entities. I wouldn't want to repeat what the chairperson had said, and I will hand over to the strategy manager to take us through the areas, as you've indicated, Chairperson, that we should address the areas where we were not able to achieve. But in a nutshell, we are presenting Q3 and Q4 for the year 2025-2026. I'll hand over to Lungi with your approval, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mtambo. Over to Ms. Nduli.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee members, the Minister, Deputy Ministers, Director General, Board Chairpersons of entities, Chief Executive Officers of entities, colleagues. We are presenting Q3, which was 100% performance, and Q4 was 60% performance. We had planned for 25 output indicators, and only 15 of those were achieved. The reasons for non-achievement have been alluded to by the Deputy Minister, the Board Chairperson. Those were the expanded public works programs. They span from the number of hectares of invasive alien plants treated, the number of cubic meters of wetlands rehabilitated, the number of green jobs, the number of green business opportunities created, which all fall under the expanded public works programs. The entity did not receive the expanded public works funding, and a series of meetings were held between National Treasury, the department, the assistance of the Deputy Minister Naren Singh. However, towards the end of the financial year, still the funding could not accrue, hence the underachievement of 60%. Also, the revenue at the time in Q4, we had planned for 7.6 million. In Q4, we only achieved 7.2 million. This was due to the worldwide travel challenge at the time, and there was a lot of cancellations from traveling agents and closure of the multiple airports, hence the knock at our tourism numbers. Also, because expanded public works cannot commence in the field without the trainings, non-accredited trainings and accredited trainings, we also did not achieve the target in Q4. Also, the community conservation area that had to be gated and fenced, it was also not achieved. That is the end of the Q3 and Q4 reports. I would like to hand over to the Chief Financial Officer to present the financial reports. Thank you.
If I may request that we go to slide 69, where we start with our financial report. For both quarters. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We can go to the next slide. Thank you, Chairperson. Just to continue with the presentation, the issue of EPWP was reflected across in our finances as well as in our performance in such a way that even I think the portfolio committee members would also remember in our past engagement with the committee, the intervention had to happen where we had to have meetings with the deputy minister, with the minister and the deputy minister to try and address the issue with National Treasury. At that point, iSimangaliso's current financial status was not looking in a good condition. As a result, our current liabilities were higher than the current assets, about 0.5:1. We also did not do any infrastructure projects because of this issue. As when you look at our financial position, we did not have any improved in our assets other than to say that we had a decrease by the depreciation. If we can go to the next slide. Looking at our statement of comparisons, where we look at the budgets and versus actual for Q3, as indicated, if you look at the grants, we hadn't received the grants at that point. We were sitting at about 86%. And for Q3, we had to request from the department to convert our CAPEX or our capital budget into operational budget because of the challenges that we were facing. And as well as the issue of EPWP. But in terms of the expenditure, we had to maintain to keep our expenditure very low and apply cost containment. As a result, in Q3, we had I would say a deficit of about 10 million at that at Q3. Can I request that we go to the next slide to address? Yes. In a nutshell, that is what I was just saying, that if we can go to the next slide for Q4, because I've addressed the issue of EPWP. Then come Q4, we had an improvement because then the minister, which we want to really appreciate, was the intervention where we had received about 174 million which assisted in improving our liquidity. However, that amount was as a result of the floods that happened in the park, and we had already submitted our proposal to the department, which were then able to give us that 174 million. Those projects are being implemented as we speak. And in terms of assets, there was not much that we were able to do in Q4. As indicated though, if we go to the next slide, is that we had improved our liquidity in terms of you see that we are now 1:2. I mean, when you look at our assets at 2:1, we have improved our financial position. If we can go to the next slide for the financial performance, again,
there, because of the grants that we were able to receive, our financial position had improved, and we were able to also meet our revenue target in terms of the park revenue. We were able to meet our target in collection of the revenue for Q4. In fact, for the entire year, we're able to meet our park revenue estimated revenue, despite the challenges that we faced. The only programs that were put us a bit behind, or the challenges, was the programs around EPWP, and the Deputy Minister has already spoken to that. In the coming years, in the coming 3 years, that has been resolved. Will not be able to see the challenge in the next coming 3 years. And then in terms of the expenditure, we were able to keep our expenditure within, and and apply cost containment across our expenditure. And as the chairperson has indicated, we have received our audit report, and we now 4 years consecutive, 4 years receiving clean audits, despite the challenge that we have said in the report. Though it does say that we have achieved 60% in our performance, but because it was not our doing, the Auditor General accepted the explanation. I think also something that I also want to indicate to the portfolio committee members is that the commercialization strategy, as the chairperson indicated, is on implementation. We yesterday, as an of yesterday, we have appointed on Chatters Creek a longer term concessionaire, where we have found some, they are in a special SPV purpose, where Hilton is an operator of Chatters Creek, which is one of the things the portfolio committees members have been asking in the past. When are we implementing? What is happening with Chatters Creek? Thank you, Chairperson. We have addressed all our Q3 and Q4 reports. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, iSimangaliso. Honorable members, that was the presentation from iSimangaliso. I will be noting hands. I see already the hand of Honorable Mkize, followed by Honorable De Block. I will also note Honorable Khumalo, followed by Honorable Bilankulu.
Sure.
In that order, Honorable Mkize.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I've already greeted before. I have just a few questions for SANParks and also iSimangaliso. Firstly, I would like to commend SANParks for exceeding targets for EPWP, jobs, biodiversity, enterprises, and procurement opportunities. However, I'm really interested in receiving evidence that you can provide that communities living adjacent to national parks have received sustainable economic benefit beyond temporary employment. In your presentation, outcome 6 remained one of the weakest performing areas, with only 71% of Q4 targets achieved. Which specific climate resilience and sustainability targets were missed? What caused this underperformance, and by when will SANParks fully address these gaps? Question that I would like to address to iSimangaliso. Your Q4 performance declined sharply to 60%, as you said, with 10 of 25 targets not achieved. What specific consequences have been imposed on management for this underperformance? And by when will all missed targets be fully recovered? Your presentation report exceeding tourism and stakeholder engagement targets. Yet many communities surrounding iSimangaliso continue to complain that they see little tangible benefits. Can you provide a transparent breakdown of which communities benefited and how many jobs and SMMEs opportunities each received? And what measurable impact these interventions have had on local livelihoods? Thank you very much, Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable De Blok.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also start with Sandparks and congratulate the board chairperson. We look forward to working with the board under your leadership. I should say continue to working with the board under your leadership since you have been there for a while as the interim chair. I'd like to also just congratulate Sandparks for their unqualified audit. That is something that we appreciate as the committee and we applaud. It's a sign of great progress under the current leadership. And I want to just seize onto some of the remarks made by the newly appointed chairperson, particularly around the beneficiation framework agreement, which I think is really a huge moment in the history of Kruger National Park. And I'm very glad to hear that the board considered the portfolio committee's visit in 2024 as a tangibly productive step in that process. So I'd like to thank you, Chair, for sending us in that direction and choosing that as our first oversight as a committee. It seems that that was time well spent. And I'm currently reading Jane Carruthers' famous book on the social and political history of Kruger National Park, which has even further deepened my appreciation for the importance of this historic moment. Staying in Kruger Park, I would like to ask for an update from the CEO, or perhaps if the MD is here, on the recovery in Kruger Park post-floods in terms of infrastructure as well as the fundraising efforts. I think the committee would be interested in those two recovery aspects. And the other comment by Ms. Ferguson around the plea, I guess, to the committee to look for opportunities for businesses to have conferences and basically MICE events, meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions across the Sandparks network. And I wondered if I could throw the question back at her or perhaps the CEO, what formal agreements might exist with the tourism department to work towards bringing those kinds of opportunities to the Sandparks network. Is there any formal engagement that takes place on that? And if not, is that something that Sandparks would consider to increase revenue even further? Then to iSimangaliso, I want to start by sharing my condolences as well to the CEO on his bereavement. We miss his presence in the meeting today, but we understand. I'd also like to congratulate their audit outcome. Again, they've proven that they are good managers of public money, and we do appreciate that as a committee. I want to acknowledge the EPWP challenges and particularly thank the executive, and particularly within that, it seems DM Singh played a key role in securing that and turning what was a very uncertain situation into something of a success. So we do appreciate the efforts there. I would like to ask on that note how that EPWP uncertainty and failure to deliver in certain quarters and certain objectives might have affected community relations. Of course, iSimangaliso relies heavily on good relations with the neighboring communities, and I'd like to get a feel from iSimangaliso on how those relationships were affected. And then I hear the CFO when she says we could not invest in infrastructure projects, and I understand the reasoning. I am heartened to hear that there is some progress on the Charters Creek commercialization strategy. But I'm grateful that, or I'm impressed to see that targets have otherwise been met. But I still am on a regular basis contacted by the visitors to the park as well as local actors about the state of infrastructure in the park, particularly water and electricity, and some of the fixed infrastructure at Sodwana Bay and Cozy Bay, for instance, but certainly not limited to that. And the commercialization rollout across the park, I think, is slower than anticipated and is causing some frustration. And I think those two factors, along with the handover from EKZN of those functions to iSimangaliso, are probably the three most important in terms of the long-term sustainability and future success of iSimangaliso. So I would like perhaps some comments on what can be done and what is planned for the future on infrastructure upgrades, the commercialization, rollout acceleration, and how that handover from EKZN has gone. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable De Block. Honorable Khumalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me join my colleagues for to appreciate the presentation from SANParks, and also join you, Chairperson, for congratulating the newly elected Chairperson of the board. I'm having few questions though, Chair. One, what were the key strategic priorities for SANParks during the 25-26 financial year as outlined in the vision, mission and values of the entity? How did the overall performance of SANParks in Q3 and Q4 of the 25-26 financial year compared to the targets set in the annual performance plan? What were the main reasons for the off-target performance in certain outcomes, and what corrective actions are being taken? Considering the financial report, what are the primary drivers of SANParks revenue, and what strategies are in place to ensure long-term financial sustainability? What specific actions led to the significant hectares secured for the inclusion in national parks exceeding the targets? How is the management effectiveness tracking tool SCORE being utilized to improve conservation efforts in national parks and MPAs? What progress has been made in rehabilitating degraded ecosystems, particularly in relation to invasive plant species and wetlands? Those were my questions, Chairperson, for SANParks. Can I go to iSimangaliso, Chairperson? To iSimangaliso, how is the entity aligning its ecological management with broader DFFE initiatives, specifically regarding endangered species such as the African penguin and marine habitat protection bordering the park? While paying visitor entries exceeded targets in Q3 due to festive season marketing, does commercial tourism revenue cover park maintenance costs, or is the entity increasingly reliant on grant transfers? With female of 62% and youth 58% beneficiary targets exceeded, how many of these beneficiaries transition into permanent employment or sustainable local enterprise ownership within the park's ecotourism value chain? Given the 40% of target performance in Q4, what specific actionable steps are being taken to address the systemic issues that led to underperformance across multiple programs, particularly biodiversity conservation and infrastructure? Those were my questions, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Over to you, followed by Honorable Bilangul.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by also congratulating the newly appointed board chair, Ms. Ferguson. I'll start with SANParks and obviously also congratulate them in achieving 90% of their annual APP targets, which is 38 of 42. demonstrating consistently strong performance throughout the year. Successes like exceeding land acquisition targets by securing 19,343 hectares against the 12,000 target. There's a few of those, but I would definitely like to mention the creation of 3,095 full-time equivalent jobs, and that I would definitely like to congratulate them on. Then based on their performance, Chair, what were the strategies or operational adjustments that enabled this overperformance, and how sustainable are these methods for the future? Then to iSimangaliso, Chair, in Q3, iSimangaliso achieved 100% of its target across all programs, but performance dropped sharply in Q4 to only 60%. What were the main operational or funding challenges that contributed to this decline, particularly in biodiversity conservation and infrastructure? And then the last question is, the Q4 report highlights that invasive alien plant treatment and wetland rehabilitation targets were not met due to administrative bottlenecks in funding reclassification. How will the new funding model developed with National Treasury ensure smoother implementation of EPWP projects going forward? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Honorable Pilankulu, followed by Honorable Manaka.
Thank you.
Honorable Pilankulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, once more. Firstly, let me welcome both reports from SANParks and iSimangaliso, and also to congratulate the new chairperson of the board of SANParks, Ms. Ferguson. Chair, I've got few questions to ask. Let me start with SANParks. Why we measure environmental sustainability target missed, including baseline water usage determinations and renewable energy installations? And how will SANParks prevent procurement and tender re-advertisement delays from crippling future climate adaptation project? While irregular expenditure was reduced dramatically from 172 million to 90,000, what specific disciplinary and legal outcomes have been finalized for officials implicated in prior financial misconduct, given that Treasury audit findings previously highlighted systematic failures in preventing irregular expenditure? Meeting a 90% of performance target is good. However, what is being done to address continued challenges such as poaching, infrastructure decay, and community tensions? The last one, Chair, what caused the 20% underperformance in some Q4 outcome, and why were these risks not mitigated earlier? To iSimangaliso, Chair, I were to ask 3 questions, but one has been covered by Honorable Mkhize and Honorable Peters. Why were so many key conservation targets, invasive alien plant treatment, wetland rehabilitation, green job creation, backloaded with 0 target milestone in Q3, creating an unimaginable burden for Q4? The last one, Chair, how many hectares of invasive alien plant were actually treated, and cubic meters of wetland rehabilitated by year end against the annual targets? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pilankulu. Honorable Manaka.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Let me first greet each one of you who is in the meeting, Honorable Chair, I must say that as the Portfolio Committee, we are so disappointed with the performance of iSimangaliso on Q4. House Chair, iSimangaliso used to be our shining star previously. I don't know what happened in Q4, which made them to deteriorate in performance from 100% of Q3 to 60%. Yeah, it's really concerning, I must say. Going to SANParks, House Chair, one must say, yeah, there's a huge improvement. Previously, we used to say to iSimangaliso they must share the best practices with other entities that were not doing well. I must mention the SANParks and also the SANB previously. But it's like they have good strategies that they've put in place that are helping them to get positive results. Just give me a minute, Chair. You're not a minute, a second. I want to look at my notes. Yes. Yeah, I must say we're so proud of you, SANParks, with the performance that you are giving us, especially with the issue of job creation. Remember, previously we would fight about the issue of job creation, wherein you will see that the EPWP workers are not being absorbed the way they should be. But when we look at your outputs and when we look at the representations that is before us, we are happy. But going to slide number 46, Chair, I must indicate that I want to check with the manager, the general manager, that they're saying that they appointed in December in order to strengthen the resource mobilization. I want to check what measurable improvements have been achieved since the appointment of this general manager, and how SANParks is ensuring that future resource mobilization target is met, because we see that there is a shortfall here in this target of resource mobilization. Yeah, that's my two issues, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Managa. From my side, I was also covered, especially by the latter speaker, Honorable Manaka, on the last question with regards to resource mobilization. I think I have one or two for SANParks. How is SANParks managing external stakeholders' dependencies and community requests that have delayed finalizing the Richardsveld and Colcra co-management agreements? And also, it emerged during Q1 and Q2 performance briefings that implementing the enterprise resource planning conducting internal investigations into financial misconducts were needed to resolve audit findings. Has SANParks completed resolving these issues? Those were the two questions for SANParks. And I think I was also covered by my colleagues in some of the questions that they've asked iSimangaliso. So I have one. Given that iSimangaliso's financial liquidity heavily relies on grants and special injections such as the flood relief funds, how far is the commercialization of various concession sites, including updates that the department assisted with in terms of funding? Those were the questions from my side. I will now give Chilega to just briefly go through the questions that were submitted by Honorable Mokoena. I believe she submitted questions. Chi, can you just go through quickly the few questions that were raised by Honorable Mokoena?
Okay, Chair, questions for SANParks are as follows. What are the key drivers behind the strong growth in tourism revenue? What steps are being taken to address the shortfall in resource mobilization? How is SANParks promoting diversity and inclusion within its management ranks, particularly for women and persons with disabilities? Chair, I've got 4 more. Must I go through, or those are?
You have indicated that you've submitted the questions.
Yes.
So you have 4 more for SANParks. I think we'll have to submit the other ones to SANParks.
In
Okay.
writing.
Yeah, just go through
Okay, Chair.
iSimangaliso.
Okay, for iSimangaliso, I've got 3. The first one, why was there a 79 million rand expended in quarter 3, primarily due to incommenced EPWP projects, and what plan to ensure these funds are utilized effectively and not lost? Question number 2, the quarter 4 financial report shows a significant increase in revenue, about 129% of budget due to flood relief grants. What is the specific breakdown of how these flood relief funds are being allocated and utilized, and how does this differ from the original budget? And lastly, what is the current status of the internal operations and strategic program, which shows 50% underperformance in areas like environmental monitor deployment and coastline clearing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Kumalo, is it a legacy hand? Because I see your hand is up.
Sorry, Chairperson,
Aye.
it is Zeluka.
It's a legacy hand.
Yes,
Okay.
Chairperson, I'm sorry.
Okay, noted. I am now going to hand over to both presenters, one of SANParks and also iSimangaliso. We will start with SANParks to respond, and then iSimangaliso will follow. Over to you, SANParks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and just to all the honourable members for your well wishes. I do appreciate it. I just want to address the question from Honourable de Block, and then I will hand over to the CEO and the rest of our team. Honourable, really, to all our government entities and departments, and asking them to prioritize the use of SANParks facilities for conferences, meetings, accommodations, and so forth, because we do find that government doesn't really use the SANParks facilities, and that would it will support domestic tourism, it will retain public expenditure, and also it within our state, and contribute sort of directly to SANParks' financial sustainability. So that's what our appeal really is, and just also to give assurance that we work very closely with the Department of Tourism, and we do spread our wings further. But it would be really wonderful if government entities would start using the facilities of SANParks. Thank you very much. I will then hand over to our CEO and our team. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Honourable. Let me start with Honourable Mkiza's question, and Honourable Chair, at certain points I'll, through you, request for my colleagues to perhaps profile some responses here and there. Honourable Mkiza, you asked about communities having received sustainable benefits. I'd like to assure you, Honourable Mkiza, that the issue of social license and social legitimacy is one that we take very seriously, and it is a critical pillar in our strategy. Firstly, for me, I think the signing of the Kruger National Park beneficiation scheme is probably one of the strongest illustrations of the intent to ensure that we build resilient communities around our parks. We understand that it is only through the resilience of our communities that the areas that are under conservation will be protected, and there will be a mutual, or rather the communities will see themselves having a stake. Honorable Mkhize, it is though very difficult for us as one entity to say we can have a gigantic impact on our communities. Just to make you an example, Kruger National Park, which is 2 million hectares, has surrounding it a population of about 5 to 6 million people. And we always say, and this is why resource mobilization is so important, because we always say when we talk to the private sector, particularly corporate South Africa, we can't do this alone. We need partnerships for us to create significant high social impact projects. And we are getting some successes here and there. We have a strong partnership with Sanlam, which, as you know, is a financial entity. We've created with Sanlam the Sanlam SANParks SMME Fund, and in the last 3 years we have funded 200 SMMEs that do work with SANParks. And this is but just one of the efforts that we are introducing to ensure that when we speak about inclusive conservation, when we speak about mutual benefit sharing, it is tangible. But the message we always take out there is we cannot do it alone. And corporate South Africa is very critical in helping us go forward. But I'm quite happy through you, Chair, to also provide a more substantial written response to Honorable Mkhize going in the future, in the near future. Honorable Mkhize, you also asked about us, the number of targets that we missed regarding our aspirations to become more climate resilient. And we have been saying from the beginning that this is a whole new area for us. It's an aspiration. Perhaps we started too late to even begin laying the foundation for creating a SANParks that is able to withstand the challenges that are brought by climate change. But we're here, it's a bit of an uphill battle for us. We do not necessarily have the right skills and competencies in-house, and we confess to that. We're trying to recover very quickly and finding our feet in terms of increasing our competencies around this area. And we believe that in the next financial year, Honorable Mkhize, we will be able to come back with a stronger picture that shows a SANParks that is gaining traction on its way to becoming, or to at least creating a level of climate resilience. Honorable De Block, we do have formal agreements with tourism with the South African tourism in particular. We have an MOU. And as the chair indicated, we also work with the National Department of Tourism very closely in multiple projects. I will ask towards the end for Mr. Mthimkhulu to come and speak to you about recovery of the Kruger in more detail. He is on the call. But needless to say, as you know, we did create the Kruger Recovery Fund at the beginning of the year. The fundraising efforts are slow, but every time one is asked about this Kruger Recovery Fund, the first question or the point I always make is that it was established in January. It is 6 months. we have used the last 6 months on a very intensive outreach program to the private sector in particular. In some instances, knocking on doors that we have never knocked on before. What we are getting is responses to the effect that, you know, they are beginning to work our requests into their own planning phases. And perhaps in the next year or two, we are going to see an influx of support from the private sector. I need to also just mention, as I have in other instances, that the recovery fund is a medium-term intervention. It was never going to be possible that within a period of 1 year, multi-millions would have been raised. The second point that we always make when we speak to this recovery fund is that we are raising funding for the future, and that speaks primarily to climate resilience. As we say internally, we need resources to help us to build better. What we are doing now with the budgets that we hold is repairing using current technology. We're not necessarily building better. So when we talk about recovery, the primary thing now is how do we build a Kruger National Park that is more resilient to these incredible climate shocks. I believe, Honorable de Block, that in another year, the minister should be able to make an announcement about how far we have gone in the fundraising efforts. As you will recall, it is a ministerial project. Honorable Khumalo, you had asked about the reason for not meeting our targets. As much as we didn't miss too many targets, 2 targets that we missed had to do with a supply chain hitch, really, which was not a procedural problem per se from our side, but more a budgeting issue where we misbudgeted, if I may put it that way, for some projects. 2 were regarding the co-management agreements, and both of those issues, as I indicated, are outside of our control. One is a Land Claims Commission matter that particular community is still handling with the entity. The other is an intra-community issue as well, where they are creating new structures to represent them in the agreement. Resource mobilization, I touched on it in passing. It was a lack of capacity. We have appointed somebody in this regard. And while I'm speaking to that, I might as well answer another question that was asked earlier, later on. I think it was asked by Honorable Managa in terms of how we're going to see the measurable improvement, or whether we have already seen the measurable improvement. In fairness, Honorable Managa, we would measure performance on a biannual basis. This person joined us at December, and we should be able to have a more concrete sense of the value that they bring in about a year to about 9 months. So we should be able to concretely respond to that after the individual has been in the role for about a year. You had also asked Honorable Khumalo about the revenue drivers. Our revenue driver continues to be tourism primarily. It was an incredibly good year. It was a combination of many factors that led us to this. Tourism in itself, as a sector, as an industry, particularly international tourism in South Africa, bounced back quite strongly last year, and we began to see the impact on that on our parks, particularly parks such as Table Mountain and Kruger National Park. We had very good weather. The irony of it is this: in January, for example, where we had floods, we saw a peak in the number of tourists at Okrabi's national park, where we have the Okrabi's falls. So the Orange River was in flood for approximately 2 months, which was a month or 6 weeks more than normal. And so there were those dotted, can I say, pockets of tourism peaks that really, at the end of the day, intersected to create this very strong performance that you see. You will also note that we opened in June the Dinosaur Museum in Golden Gate. That in itself stimulated an incredible amount of traffic in Golden Gate. So as I said, it's a combination of factors, multiple factors, some by design and some completely by default. And then, when I say the irony of it, on the one hand, the same floods that were destroying Kruger in January were driving tourism numbers in Okrabi's, and such as the environment that we manage. You had asked about our financial sustainability as well. In 2025, the board approved our financial sustainability, our 20-year financial sustainability strategy. Core to this financial sustainability strategy is the diversification of revenue. We understand the risk that we face in relying to the extent that we do on tourism revenue, and we are beginning to engage with different sectors, particularly around matters such as sustainable finance. We are beginning to talk carbon credits. We are beginning to explore matters such as the possibility of green bonds, partnering with other entities that will take us into this arena that I keep saying, as much as it is the future, we haven't explored it fully. And we are now cognizant of the fact that for us to fully explore the opportunities, we need to beef up our competencies. We need to get experts that understand this world. This has not been an area of strength for us. But needless to say, we do recognize that this over-reliance on tourism is a major risk, and we are looking to diversify our income. We do have very strong plans in that regard. And Honorable Peters, you asked about the strategies that allowed over performance and whether it is sustainable, or that allowed, I think, allowed good performance. We believe that it is sustainable. We are creating a culture, a performance culture. We are strengthening our internal controls, and we're aiming high, but ensuring that we aim high within a realistic level. I sort of, Honorable Gancho, I believe in a way I touched on the issue of Richtersveld and Kolkra. I'm not sure. You had asked about that, and I've explained where the issues are, but there may be more further detail required in that instance, Honorable Gancho, and if you would allow us as well, we can provide that additional detail. in writing. Let me just go back. I'm going to now request Mr. Mtimkulu to add to some of the points I made around Kruger recovery. I emphasized mostly the fundraising efforts, but I'd like for Mr. Mtimkulu to very briefly touch on the actual recovery of the infrastructure. Through you, Chair, if you may allow me. Thank you.
Thank you, CE. It's fine.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, the Minister in absentia, and the Deputy Minister, both chairpersons of the board that are here today, CEOs and colleagues. Chair, on recovery from floods, I think as you may be aware, we have prioritized the tourism facilities or revenue generating facilities. In that regard, the main or major progress that was made immediately was just to repair the bridge, the high water Letaba bridge, which was successfully repaired on time and open before we could start doing any work in our camps. The camp that was affected mostly is the Letaba camp, which it was shut down completely. So to get back to business, we have been working on it from a recovery, but also with the intention to open it in phases. So phase one was done, which was the reception area, the fuel station, the shop, and the reception. Then the phase two was mainly the campsite, which was also done in June as well. We are now on phase three, which is to open some of the units. I think there are about 27 units which are due for completion on the 15th of August. So that's Letaba camp, and then the rest of the camp will be then open in November, where the renovation and recovery stuff would be done completely. The other camp that is also still closed completely is Shimweni camp, which also is going to be completed by November. We're hoping that by December it would be back in full operation. And the other one, which is also a satellite camp, is Balule. That one also is due for completion by end of August. So from the main tourism facilities, those are the major recoveries that we have been able to complete. But associated with that is also the bridges that are leading to these facilities, which would also be completed by the time we complete the repairs from the main facilities. When it comes to other tourist facilities like your roads and also your management roads, those are the ones that we're also working on them as we speak. But those ones also, it's going to take a while for us to complete them. But as for tourism facilities, those have been prioritized, although some of the roads are still not open. And it's also amazing because there's still a lot of water out in the field, and which is going to take some time for us to be able to deal with some of those issues in some of the tourist roads. But in overall, Chair, there is progress that has been made, and the guests are able to come and visit and enjoy the park. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mtimkulu.
Then through you, Chair, I will then request Dr. Hendricks just to deal with two issues, the land inclusion as well as the MAT and its impact on the improvement of conservation management. After that, I will request Ms. Ketchiwich Sulubani, who's the acting CFO, to just talk about the internal investigations question that came from Honorable Gancho, and I think after that we will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. In that order.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and also the board chairpersons, as well as CEOs, officials, and colleagues. Yes, Chair, let me just briefly indicate Honorable Kamalu asked about the park expansion. Just to elaborate, the target for the year was 12,000 hectares to secure for the inclusion into the national park system. We've been able to secure approximately 19,300 hectares. These hectares comprised of 3 properties that we've been able to purchase in Addo Elephant National Park, also around Bontebok National Park, and then also Namakwa National Park. 18,800 hectares, approximately 18,800 hectares of the total land secure in the past financial year were incorporated through contractual inclusions, and these were properties around Agulhas National Park, Grabie's Falls National Park, Garden Route, and also Table Mountain National Park. A significant large property making up that 18,800 hectares came from a large property in Grabie's Falls National Park, just to give a breakdown. So all of these properties that we secured ultimately resulted into that 60% overperformance for that particular target for the year. Chair, just to briefly indicate the question around the MET assessment, just to say that currently the management effectiveness tracking tool, what often we refer to as the MET, it's an internationally accepted tool. This was developed by the World Commission for Protected Areas, and it generally provides an overarching framework for assessing the management effectiveness of protected areas globally all around the world. And therefore, it gives this assessment gives guidance to the managers and management authorities of those protected areas. In the case of obviously that addresses what we often know as Goal 4.2 of the CBD diversity program work on protected areas. But generally speaking, in South African context, if these is now broadly applied, then this assessment that we use in South Africa, the MET assessment, allows, for example, sand parks and all the other management authorities to refine what I refer to as our conservation strategies. It allows us to reallocate budget expenditures and develop specific strategies in response to areas that we identified either as weaknesses or areas that needs some form of intervention. So in a nutshell, the MET is a very useful tool for measuring how effectively our protected areas are managed in South Africa. And then it helps us then to identify some of those trends or areas of consistent, let's say, weaknesses that obviously as a management authority we need to address. From a national department point of view, the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment then is able to monitor where interventions from the national department are required to address some of these areas of concern. So particularly relevant where the actions require, for example, necessary improvements that ordinarily could not be dealt with by the management authority. So yes, the management tracking tool is a globally accepted tool that is being used across protected areas. And in particular, South Africa, it helps management authorities to deal with areas of improvement when we manage protected areas. Thank you, Chair. I will leave it there.
Thank you. Over to the acting CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There were 2 questions that were asked. The first one was on irregular expenditure reduction. So, Chair, through the leadership of the CE and the board, we're very intentional in reducing the irregular expenditure. And this emanated from the fact that we wanted now to improve our results, especially our audit results, and towards a clean audit. And in the interventions, there were a number of interventions that had been introduced and implemented, such as strengthening our supply chain, internal controls, as well as our governance. But one of the critical areas that we were very intentional on was consequence management. This was one of the areas where we found that just by implementing proper consequence management, you're able to drive the point towards a non-compliance in our legislation. So as a result, through the assistance of our loss control committee and the determination processes, we were actually able to now implement consequence management across the organization, making sure that everyone is accountable and responsible, and everyone now understands the implication of non-compliance. Over and above that, we enlisted the assistance of Auditor General to assist us in actually doing target training across SANParks so that employees understand the criticality of compliance in our value chain, and thus also strengthened our processes. Chair, the fact that we are so intentional in reducing our consequence management, in reducing our irregular expenditure, it has a direct spin-off in terms of our loss controls. As a result, you would have a number of investigations that emanate from loss control determinations. And one of the areas is also improving our probity audit implementation, as those were also introduced. You've also, one of the questions was the ERP internal audit, internal investigation. That the fact that we are just intentional in improving our governance, we also looked at root causes that causes our I suppose failures of our tenders. And with the ERP, it was not necessarily irregularities. It was the probity auditor's outcome that some of the specification were not strong enough. As a result, we had to go back to the drawing board. So in that space, Chair, we went back to the drawing board. We're still in the drawing board looking at modalities that will assist us in actually making sure that when we go to the market and we buy or we procure a procurement system, it's a system that won't fail, or the procurement processes won't fail, so that we ensure that we have a system at the end of the day. Let me pause the thing. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shabangu. Thank you, SANParks, for your responses. Let's then move to iSimangaliso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We would start to respond with the Honorable Mkhize's questions, but I would maybe say all the questions around us not meeting the EPWP target be addressed by the Strategy Manager, Lungintuli. And then that was his first question, maybe the consequence management. And then the second question that Honorable Mkhize asked was the impact on us achieving the targets, and the impact in terms of the community. How are the communities benefiting? What I would say, Honorable Chairperson, is that we have prepared a report which talks about social license. I think it's also addressing Honorable de Blok question, because iSimangaliso, of course, all what we do, we also, our communities are benefiting. So what we have done since we, in the last financial year, where we experienced even the fence, where when we did not receive the EPWP amount, communities started to have a shift in trusting iSimangaliso. As a result, the areas such as Ozabeni, we experience a fence cut, and we are engaging, and the board has taken some resolution around that matter. But it was in the most impact when we attended those meetings. So the question of what is the impact of iSimangaliso being in the area, how is the community benefiting? In the past, we have been providing our statistics on what is our contribution towards unemployment. We also have the reports around what is our contribution around SMME development, around a new employments that we have brought in, as and also co-management, as if I can say, as we speak, we have paid for about 18 million to the land claimant, which are all communities that are adjacent to the park, so which are benefiting as we receive revenues. A portion of it goes to the community, and with the co-management, using the co-management agreement. So we have that report. The report can be shared with the portfolio committee members to show that iSimangaliso, its existence is also, the communities are also benefiting. So going to the question asked by the Honorable de Blok, I must also indicate that I think he asked a question around how is the Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife takeover being. If I may start on that question, that in February 2026, we took over the facilities that were managed by Ezemvelo. According to the agreement, this was now we were now taking over. We started to work on these facilities as from 1st of March 2026. And as we worked on them, we as iSimangaliso noticed that because there is we would be having some gaps around the visitor safety, compliance, continuity, because we are currently doing the public-private partnership. Our concessionaires, we're bringing them on board. We're still busy with advertising. We're still busy with the with National Treasury approval on some facilities. We then said, instead of letting these facilities be as they are, we rather have a transition plan between between this period, which will be about a period of 6 to 12 months, a maximum of 2 years. We then said, let us then bring in the operators. As I speak, the areas such as Sodwana Bay and Cape Vital, we have Tovest, a known operator in the tourism sector, which they started taking on the operation as in the 1st of July 2026. You can now visit the website. It is functional. You can now book. Same as Mkhuze Mantoma, we have given it Dream Hotel, which is the Dream Hotel is the one that is operating Jozini Tiger Lodge. They also started on the 1st of July 2026, meaning that we did not leave the gap so that the visitors will have bad experience, but we try to work with this transition plan, and in that if I may say, Tovest currently had set aside a budget of 10 million just to fix the areas which are a challenge, especially in the areas of Sodwana, as Honorable de Blok said, that there have been some complaints. There is a small investment that is being done. Once we do that, we are advertising Cape Vital. We Mantoma as well, we are advertising. As I indicated, the Charters Creek has already been received. It's in the letter of intent, as in yesterday. So with regards to the infrastructure as well, which I also want to address, is that we as including the minister, we have had an engagement with him in last month where he gave us some ideas, and we also have been able to meet with Treasury where he guided that we need to apply as the department, because the issue of infrastructure affects all the entities. It's not only iSimangaliso. So we had agreed to apply for the budget facility, the BFI, from the department. That will then address all the backlog. We finalize, because we've already have the proposals. We have done that, those proposals that will be submitted to National Treasury. We are meeting continuously. The next meeting is on the 3rd of October, where we are presenting the final proposal to National Treasury that addresses specifically the infrastructure a funding gap that we require. There is also a question that was asked by Honorable Kumalo. I will ask Lungi to address the one of ecology, and then the issue of the revenue. Does it cover the infrastructure budget or cost? Yes, when the amounts that we get from park revenue, it's part of the investment that we take it back to or back to the infrastructure or operational expenditure. As we implement the commercialization strategy, our view is that by 2031 we should be sitting at about 25% is to 75%. We can push it to 30% of our own revenue contribution to the park, vis-a-vis the grant that we receive. As we speak now, we are currently 12% park revenue that we generate, and the revenue that we receive from the grant is higher. And one challenge that the department might face, it puts us in a bit awkward position. So at this point, we are pushing our commercialization so that we are able to achieve the contribution towards operational and also towards conservation, if I may put it like that. The also question by Honorable Kumalo, I think it will be addressed by Ulung as well, and then Honorable Peters. The question that I want to address there is a question on how would the new funding method assist. As indicated by the Deputy Minister earlier, is that what we have done so far is that we have signed or ring-fence the next 3 years funding towards EPWP. And also from the department side, what they assisted, they did not give us a similar amount like they were supposed to give us last year. They increased it a bit so that we can address even even though we would not be addressed the whole alien invasive plants clearing that we were supposed to do last year, but we would cover a bit a bit higher than we would have done in the last financial year. Honorable Belankulu, I think Lungu will address those. And I must say, Honorable Mananga, yes, we are still a shining star. iSimangaliso is still a shining star. We just received clean audits conservatively. The issue of 60%, it happened because of EPWP funding that we did not receive. If we had received those funding, we were gonna be able to achieve all our targets and achieve our 100%. I must also say that in Q1 of 2026-2027, we have already started, we have achieved our 100%, but that is coming in the next portfolio committee. What I just want to say is that we are coming back, and again, with the commercialization that we are putting to work to implement, we will soon receive our glory back from the portfolio committee. The issue on 79 million by Honorable Makwele is that we have that was specifically because we did not receive EPWP fund. That's why our grants were less than what we expected in Q3. And then, of course, for the revenue for floods that we received, the grants that we received for floods on Q4, we had already submitted the plan and the number of activities that will be achieved by iSimangaliso. I'll then, Chairperson would request to give it to Ulungi to respond to those questions around EPWP performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mdambo. Ms. Nduli?
Thank you, Honorable Gancho. The first question by Honorable Mkhize is a decline to 60% performance, 15 of the 25 targets not achieved. Yes, the reasoning is the non-receipt of the EPWP funding. Consequence management, none, because it was because of the EPWP funding, not the employee oversights or related to employees. The full recovery has been mentioned by the Chief Financial Officer in terms of the new National Treasury model that we are currently implementing as we speak. The project beneficiaries are on site and clearing alien plans, and communities have started to see beneficiation. In terms of stakeholder complaints and community issues, yes, the non-receipt of EPWP funding caused challenges, and we saw the issues of fence theft and infrastructure damage because of lack of employment opportunities. But the entity has thus embarked on a stakeholder engagement process with community leaders and community structures to work on the matter. Honorable De Block, the uncertainty, yes, it was there, and hence the response that now that we have EPWP funding implementation on the ground, the matter is slowly subsiding. Honorable Kumalo, the aligning of ecological management with broader DFFE, endangered species management. Yes, we implement species management plans in line with DFFE norms and standards. Most recently, the draft elephant management plan that we submitted to DFFE is aligned with the National Elephant Strategy. Species management, however, is done by SMVelo as our conservation management partner. They develop the plans, align them to DFFE norms and standards, and they develop them as per the prescribed guidelines. The public participation process or consultations are conducted countrywide. The next question was on the steps to address the underperformance in Q4, especially biodiversity conservation and infrastructure. Again, there is aligned to the EPWP funding that has been ring-fenced for the next 3 years, as alluded to by the Chief Financial Officer. Honorable Pitase, the main funding challenges which contributed to 60% decline, again, it's EPWP funding. And how will the new funding model developed with National Treasury ensure delivery of the EPWP programs? Again, it's the issue of ring-fencing the funding for the next 3 years with an increment every year. Honorable Bilankulu, why so many key conservation targets having 0 targets in Q3, creating a burden in Q4? We submitted a proposal for the midterm review to the minister then, because we could see that the plan target for Q3 would not be achieved in Q3, because we were in negotiations for the receipt of EPWP funding. We then submitted a midterm review in October with an anticipation that we're going to receive the funding at least in January and then implement EPWP funding in close of the financial year on a positive note. However, that could not happen as we've been explaining. Okay, Honorable Mokoena, again, the Q3, I've explained the issue of the midterm review. Program 6, internal operations and strategic projects, 50% of underperformance in coastal clearing and alien plant clearing. Again, this was attributed to by the non-receipt of EPWP funding. I think I've exhausted most of the performance-related questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Ntuli. Mrs. Ndambo? Is there
No,
anything
thank you,
else?
Chairperson. I wanted to appreciate the opportunity that you gave us. And there was one question there about the one for the consequence management. This was not our doing, so hence there is no consequence management from the side of the entity. We have done continuous meeting with the department, raising the issue, and a deputy minister addressed it at the beginning that we had to engage National Treasury about the transfers, which I think he put it eloquently at the beginning. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Ndambo. Honorable members, those were the responses to your questions from both entities, Sandparks and iSimangaliso. I do not see any hands for clarity. Oh, I see the hand of Honorable Singh. I don't see any follow-up questions though, but I'll give to you, Honorable Singh, before I close.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the sigh from you says a lot. It's been a long afternoon and a long 3 days. But thank you very much to all the members for those questions. In fact, some of the questions you asked are going to assist us. Tomorrow, we are going to be grilling the CEOs and the board chairpersons when the entities will be presenting to us in Pretoria their first quarter report. And I think the questions that members asked will be helpful, but I can assure you that the first quarter report will look much rosier and better in terms of service delivery, etc., than the third and fourth quarters of last year. Hopefully, we've put some of our challenges behind us, but the major challenge for us moving forward is going to be funding. EPWP funding has been cut quite drastically, and other funding, and I think we'll have to sit and devise a strategy when we're looking at the budget of the department for next year, that as a portfolio committee and as the executive, we do a joint motivation for additional funds so we can meet our constitutional and legislative obligations. But thank you to you and to all the honorable members and to all the board chairs and CEs. And I should have said at the right in the beginning that Ms. Ferguson is now the board chair. That was approved by Cabinet recently, and we congratulate her. But thank you very, very much, Honourable Member, and all the colleagues that are online.
Thank you, TM Singh. Let me then quickly go through our resolutions. Earlier, when we received the SAFCOL presentation, we then resolved that SAFCOL will submit written responses to the questions on the details of enterprise development and jobs created in the provinces of operations, and also on the maintenance scheduling of Timbadola. Then with regards to Sandparks, we also expecting written response or details on the questions that were asked by Honorable Mkhize on benefits and investments to communities, and also the one that was asked by myself, additional details on the Richardsveld and Colcra co-management agreements, and the last one on iSimangaliso
for them to submit their report on sharing benefits with communities. So all those written responses, we expect them on the 26th of August. That will be the due date for the written responses. With that, honorable members and colleagues, let me take this opportunity and thank the Minister in his absentia, Deputy Minister Singh and Deputy Minister Swartz in her absentia, and the DG, Ms. Chabalala in her absentia, and the team from DFFE, and also the board chairpersons of all entities that presented, the CEOs and the teams from all entities. Let me thank all of you for your presentations and the inputs, and also the also the members of the committee for your inputs and your questions, and our staff, both of the department and also of the committee. Thank you very much for all your contributions. It was quite a long 3 days. However, we have managed. Thank you very much for your commitments. I will now declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good night, everybody.